Surprise, this is the title screen. Yeah, welcome back to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and we are in the post-game. We have been for a while now. If you're worried about spoilers, you know, this may be not the best stream to watch, but if you are here, thank you anyway. And, I figured out why I couldn't make any progress. I realized that some of the missions that popped up, even though they didn't have Terraco icons, they did give Terraco parts as their reward. So I've got that registered. For example, this one. Invading Terrors. See right there, first clear reward, 2 Terraco parts. So today we're gonna be focusing on getting all those out of the way. And maybe pumping up some characters. Yeah, I've taken a liking to using Taba. Let's see if I can get anyone else up to speed. For now, I think we've got our team. Look at you. Rito rations. The Rito are on a training mission in the Hebra Mountains, but since they ran through the supply of rations, it hasn't been going well. They hungry. No talk to them. Maybe Link ought to trek up there with some supplies. Stark naked. You don't need no warm doublets. You just need some hot peppers. After eating their fill, the Rito could focus much better. Rumor has it that they ended with an epic mock battle led by Taba and a certain Hyrule courier. The postman? Anyway, we got a new combo. Yeah! Extra parts and everything. I feel bad about not using certain characters. You know what? Let's start using the king today. Why not? He's like Santa Claus. It's Christmas week. Let's do it. Bonus hearts, bonus combo. Let's go for the combo. Yeah.
What fate grants me, I accept.
If you're just coming in, happy Monday, everybody. Hope you've been well. Hope you had a good weekend. I might be a little full today. That was why I went on such a long tirade about magic cards today on the pre-stream. I ordered some dessert. Some nice, delicious mango Hong Kong style slush sorbet. I don't know how to describe it. They just call it dessert. Fit to screen. Oh, it's got like the rice balls and chunks of mango, little mango sorbet in the middle. Oh, it was so good. Oh, it was so good. This kind of dessert I usually have to go over to like Chinatown for. I'm so glad that a place kind of opened up more near me and was able to get it delivered. Oh, it was so good. A little pricey, but you know what, everything is here. Oh, it never really occurred to me that mango wasn't really a fruit that a lot of people grew up with. It was just something that my parents always bought. Now that I realize it, they all are imported, aren't they? Every time my parents bought a whole like, not just a small box, like an entire almost pallet of them, the box would always say imported from the Philippines. And now I'm glad I grew up with that experience, because they are hard to get. You can't exactly go to the local grocery store for them. Giving peace of mind, optimism lit up the citizens' faces upon seeing evidence of the Hyrulean forces' bravery. It was as though their fear faded away, and hope took its place. Wow. How about we do a mission? Let's do it. Let's do, Oh, you have to do this one with Mipha? How much money do I have? I was playing a little bit off stream, and I did not, I really did not focus on Mipha. I've been trying to, but she keeps falling behind. I think I have enough to level her up to at least 50-something. Just to 60. Well, that's more than what's recommended anyway, so... Yeah, let's take this one on. I haven't used Mipha nearly enough. Invading Terrors. Guardian, 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 and Guardian. Fun. Oh boy. A swarm of Guardians suddenly appeared. Stop them in their tracks. Alright. Oh, I have not given her any good weapons. How about let's just absorb everything into the light scale trident. Yeah. So before the stream, there was a redemption for opening a Magic the Gathering card pack. I've been working on a couple of decks now. A few days ago, I said I was working on a commander deck for a card called Kalia of the Vast. Long story short on that card, it lets you play dragons, demons, and angels from your hand for free. For free! And they just kind of surprise attack. And it's just so powerful. I went through pretty much every card I had, just in storage. And I realized that angels, demons, and dragons are kind of powerful. You know? They always have these effects like, oh, everything on the field is indestructible. Everything on the field does direct damage to the opponent. Everything on the field makes you draw cards unless the opponents sacrifice creatures or draw or sacrifice their entire their life points. Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't have enough money to do all this. But have I have never ever upgraded weapons for Mipha. Oh, that's great. Let's see how much we can eat without going over the money limit. Yum, 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 yum. That's already too much. Two things. Wonderful. Better than nothing. 52's okay. We getting gunpla plastic? That's what we're doing. We're fusing all our materials together and melting them down. Cast iron. Like, I saw that Bandai released a limited edition metal Gundam, and because you can't exactly cut out metal with consumer grade tools, should I go for it? Should I go for the max? Should I go for the extra rupees max health minus? Do it or no fish. Let's go.
I wonder how it will taste.
It'll taste like pain. That's what it'll taste like, Mipha. Let's go. Character I don't know how to use. Oh, it's time limited too. This might have been a mistake. I just noticed that. Too late. We in it. We in it. But yeah. I have even though that angel demon dragon deck I'm making is made of cards I've already had, I am a little scared it might be too powerful. Been watching a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of Magic the Gathering, like those channels where they record themselves playing and then add fancy little effects as if it were a Yu-Gi-Oh battle. I summon Death, Lord of the Vault. The creature like comes out of the card and starts dancing around. Ah, this was there was a funny one. There was a creature called Rakdos the Showstopper. Guardians on a rampage near the village. We must stop them from hurting everyone. Generally what you do, Mipha, as a protector. Rakdos the Showstopper. So when he came out, they made him do a little like boogie, holding a big old trident or whatever, to disco music, and a giant crystal ball disco skull came down from the ceiling and started spinning and flashing everywhere. Oh yo!
You won't.
You won't! You won't, mate! I'll put you in the gabba, eh? Swear me, man! Ah!
Uh-oh.
We don't fight too many of these. I'm not used to their attacks. I need to pay attention.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Take that.
Guys, why is Mipha so adorable? Coach, thanks for the alert.
It is done.
It is done. So what is up with you guys? Do anything cool on the weekend? Maybe some plans for Christmas? I was mentioning how I wanted to find more Christmas games. Maybe do a little indie pack. Biggest problem with that is that the games that, you know, have already been out, either they've been played before, or they might not be available anymore.
It is done.
Stuff like Christmas Shopper Simulator, not even on the Game.UK website anymore. Onward!
I'll win.
All the indie games coming out these days, they are literally all horror games.
With grace.
Beginning to think maybe Let's Plays are a little played out. Do 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 do. Oh, there you go. Can't tell if I'm getting better at flurry rushing, or maybe for once I'm paying attention to the game. At first glance, you'd think those are the same thing. Just one implies I could have been this good the whole time, I just haven't been. You have plans to surprise your cat with some catnip for Christmas? Woo! Sometimes I wonder if pets have the capacity to understand holidays. Maybe they do remember, you know what, last year we got like cake and there was a lot of bells ringing and the humans stayed inside and snuggled me all day. That was nice. Maybe it'll happen this year again. Also celebrating your boyfriend's birthday. Well, that's very nice. Get him anything good? Hopefully that means your boyfriend isn't your cat, but you know, I don't judge. Yo! Ah! I feel a little bit better the fact that Mipha's special move does heal. So even if I take a little bit of damage, it should be fine. I do definitely value it a little bit more now that enemies do a lot more damage. That's electric. I'm water type. That's super effective. Down for the word go! These Pokemon are two different types. You're gonna make an animation? Ooh!
I cannot fail.
Nice! Homemade, came from the heart. But you've been busy. That's absolutely fair. People underestimate how long it takes to do animation. As someone who did Flash back in college days, I haven't really done much animating since then. But that's very nice of you. I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Hold on! I will try to rescue all of you! Imagine if she didn't say that. I will try to rescue some of you! That's not very awe-inspiring. Takes me back to that episode of My Hero Academia. They're doing like the hero test. They're being judged on how they, you know, rescue people while fighting. Guardian in the middle, that big red dot. Let's go. So like the Hero Association hired actors. Hunted? What is hunted? Hunted? Hired actors to pretend to be in danger. You won't! But also give subtle grades on how they instill hope. One of the characters got docked a grade for saying like, I'm not sure how to handle this situation, but I'm sure everything will be fine. Admitting you're not sure, that doesn't make people feel good. Failure grade.
Be still.
Even though he's being realistic and honest, like you're here to make people not only rescue them, but also give them hope so that they don't just give up on being rescued. Sometimes the hero just has to make sure, promise with their own lives that things are going to be okay. I like that idea. Like that there's an actual tangible reason for the heroes in an anime to be like, I'll protect you with my life, even though they do not know the person they're protecting. They're just like civilians. Because that's just what the heroes do. Okay, a little bit of tension. My water balls are obscuring my vision. Alright, let's do a little cheese here. Shocking! You made a comic last year. Nice! Maybe the animation can continue the story of the comic. I don't mean to like tell you how to do your work. Forget I said anything. Sometimes I just have these random ideas. I'm like, whoa, that'd be cool. Wait a minute. Mr. PA Werewolf, thank you for the raid. How y'all doing?
Onward.
Kitsu Sakura, Mira, welcome, welcome. Kamen Rider, thanks for shouting at Werewolf. How you doing? You're playing Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance. Which one is that again? I'm sorry, I'm a Fire Emblem pleb, but I hope you had fun. That's not the first one that came out, right? That's not the translation of the first one. That's Shadow Dragon. Right. Hope you had a fun time. Hope you didn't lose anybody. Oop. I don't know if it's one of those Fire Emblems with permadeath. Werewolf Raid. Yeah, hope you're doing good. Fire Emblem. The first game with Ike. Right. Anything with Radiance is Ike. I remember that now. That's the GameCube one.
Here.
Yeah. Hope you had a fun time. Whether you played it before or not. Probably if you've played those games before, then, you know, you'll have a lot more of an eye for strategy than me. I should, you know, take care of this mission because it's time-based.
Onward.
Onward!
Grace.
It is permadeath. Oh!
I cannot.
Well, I hope you did well. Ah! Better than I'm doing right now. Oh, yo! I dodged that. Come on. The ninth one. Visiting. Pretty good. Okay! Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. He got a little bit more damage. And special.
With grace.
This will give me a good chunk of healing. Thank. Oh,
I
two
cannot go.
parts. Wow.
It is done.
All right, a little bit of apple never hurt nobody. You should have asked no further. I will defend this place with my life. See? Mipha definitely passes the hero exam. Give her a 10 out of 10. And that's why she's the champion. Kislow. Pretty good.
You won't.
If you guys don't know me, my name is Chris, and I play a lot of Nintendo games and RPGs. These days, been working mostly on Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, and
Be still.
Yakuza Like a Dragon. When a game doesn't have voice acting, I try my best to read things in the same kind of dialogue.
You won't.
You won't.
I'll win.
We like to have fun here. Yeah. You're in the post game, so you know if you're worried of spoilers, please don't feel like you have to stay. Thank you for coming on. Bye. Oh yo. He's too smart. He anticipates my water spouting.
No. Be still.
Oh! An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Just don't eat too many. That much sugar, despite being a fruit, isn't good for anyone. Sadly enough. I learned that from Bratterfield. Yeah. We're in the post game. We're working through the missions that give us parts for a certain somebody. Let's just say Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again. But we're trying. Boy, are we trying. For the sake of the egg. What kind of chicken-based stream would I be if not for protecting the egg? Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough time for this. Alright, when we inevitably fail this mission, I'm gonna go ahead and oh yo! Focus a little more on the time trial aspect of this. That's okay, that's alright. I'm not like too well versed with Mipha, so I need to put a little more effort in learning her moves and attacks. I got a lot of her combos. That much I know. 15 seconds. Can I just retry? Can I just retry? Can I just retry? There's no retry button. Man, that does seem to be a big theme in Nintendo games, doesn't it? Never a retry button from the get-go. Uh-oh! I could die. Kill me before time is up. No! I wish I could have done more. Oh, literally, you and me both, Mipha. Hey, that's okay. We get to hear more Mipha. Isn't that grand? Exquisite. Erakus, welcome on in. Yeah. But yeah. Hope y'all are doing good and hope you're ready for a nice Christmas. Or whatever holiday you celebrate, you know. Gotta save that egg! Guess none of the King's men were Gunpla builders. That's what you were talking about with Gunpla plastic. Just the pieces. We're mail ordering replacement parts from Bandai as we speak. It's just that the packages got lost in the mail. Ooh, you know what? I don't like that the... Dang it. It doesn't start me from the beginning. I realize I'm a little bit in. I don't know if I have enough time. Think I can do half the amount of Guardians in 2 minutes? Gonna have to. Swimming through the air. She's just magical like that. What, you can't swim through the air? It's like the first thing they teach you in Acme 101. Acme University. Tiny Toon Adventures, you know. On the same principle, where you can walk through air as long as you believe that there's ground under you. You can swim through air as long as you believe that there's water. It helps to be in a giant fish tank, let me tell you what. Making better use of the water spouts. The itsy bitsy Mipha climbed out the water spout. Out came a trident and poked this guardian's eye out. Then came the tidal waves that washed away the pain. And the itsy bitsy Mipha is almost out of time again.
I cannot fail.
You can, Mipha. We're gonna have to restart this one. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart this one. Let me see what the options are when we die. Let's just kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I think I'm stuck. Oh, I'm good. Bring me to my fate. Make sushi out of me. Oh. Oh. I'm sure Link would love a piece of that. What?
Hold on much longer.
Gonna grab some food. No problem, werewolf. I'm gonna grab some sushi myself. Oh.
Protective.
There we go. Restart battle. That's what I want. I didn't want to exit scenario because I had a feeling that it would waste the food I already ate. Let's do this a little more smart. A little more smart. Guardian Scout 1. What's nice about coming out of the water spout is that air attacks seem to be its weak spot. I'm getting it right in the eye. There you go. Decreases stagger gauge without it being staggered. Easy! I guess it's raining this level.
It is done.
And they are kind of spiders, aren't they? Itsy bitsy, though. Maybe not. These ones, maybe, compared to the bigger ones. They're still pretty strong. Whoa.
With grace.
Yeah.
I cannot fail.
Erakus, close to a follower goal? Oh. Maybe a little bit of a affiliate? You go, Erakus. I believe in you. I believe in you. Wesker egg protects itself. You will give me an egg! And I do want to continue Final. Resident Evil 5. There's only a handful of games that I could have said there. Final Fantasy was the incorrect one. Hey, hey. That single bokoblin shooting an arrow at me. Who do you think you are? Sniper on the grassy knoll? Maybe literally, but not so legendary. Ah! 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 Apple. You know what? This is what you get. Oh. Ooh, a little bit of a problem here. I want to spawn the spout. Ah, I wasted it. I wasted the thunder. We'll come back to you later. Ah! I ain't doing too hot. What hit me? We'll stun both of them. Get him in the eye. At least one weak point attack, please. A little bit of heal, just to help us out a little bit there. Yeah, I have a feeling I don't have a good enough weapon for Mipha. I did a fusion right before this. I'm just out of money. It's a constant struggle. What ends up happening is I spend all my money on things like fruit to buy the ingredients to get more money. Then when I see something is available to turn in, even if it uses my money as one of the requirements, I'm eager to just turn it in before I end up spending on something stupid. Ah! Okay. This mission. Is this mission famous? If it's famous for being hard, that's bad for me, because I barely use Mipha, and you have to use her for this one. How you doing, Thank Twig?
I cannot fail.
Yeah, whether you came in on the radar or you're just coming in, hope you're doing well. Yeah. Any fun Christmas plans for anybody? I plan to do at least... I was saying before, I wanted to do a big old, like, Christmas indie pack, like so many other streamers and Let's Players do. The thing is, they have the benefit of people who can curate those games, and I'm stuck looking at a list of itch.io games that... Okay, another rate! itch.io games that are all, like, horror games. I don't know. I asked people if they knew any good ones, but didn't really get any response. So instead, for a Christmas stream, well, here's what we'll do this week. Either Christmas Eve or the 23rd. You know, to coincide with Twitch Sings going away after this year, we'll have a Christmas Carol stream. There's Christmas songs on Twitch Sings. We can celebrate, be happy, be merry. It'll be wonderful. And hopefully I don't get DMCA'd. Thank you for the raid, Jerry64. How you doing? Welcome on in. Been good? How you doing? What were you playing? Mario Maker Mondays. How was that? Play anything hard? Anything good? Anything Christmas themed? Don't think I lost too much health. I just need that. I need that. Take care of these guardians a little faster than I have been. That's the main issue. If I'm down to 2 minutes again when there's still half of them to go, I clearly did not fight them fast enough. Yeah, how you doing, Jerry? Sprint's gonna eat a pie and watch Die Hard. Now that is a Christmas to remember. That's what I should do. I should play the Die Hard video game. Apparently it's pretty good. It's for the Sega Saturn. So, you know, it's one of the few things that only I can do. Thankfully. Because I have a Sega Saturn and I bought it to stream. Welcome on in, Raiders. Jerry, hello, how you doing? Best Boy Minetta, welcome, welcome. Christmas level and a few difficult ones. Nice. But I gotta get at my game then. I should have, you know what I should have done? I should have eaten some attack up item. Attack up foodstuffs. Alright, if you got any tips, I'll be glad to hear them. I don't exactly use Mipha that often. I know this is usually a no backseating stream, but we're in the post game. There's not really many spoilers to be had. Another raid! By the way, Sprint, thanks for shouting out Jerry. What's going on? Obligatory Ruination, what's up? Welcome. Christmas game, Die Hard Trilogy, Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve, right? That's another raid! What's up, everybody? Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! What's up, y'all? Just give it a second. Making sure I don't get another raid before I go on another spiel. Yeah! Can we get a shout out for both Rim Mage and Koinu Tsubomi? You know, I'm probably not getting this mission done. But you know, I'd rather make sure the raiders are present and accounted for. How y'all doing? Welcome on in from the Rim Mage and the Koinu Tsubomi raid. Uh-oh. It gives me such agita that they fire their laser right before the window to stasis ends. Woo! Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Playing Smite. I know you like that game. Hope you got some L's. You know what I mean? I don't know what I mean. I mean W's. L is the undesirable one. L as in leagues. What? I hope you got some L's to give to the opposing team. There you go. I saved it. I saved it. Ooh, what am I talking about? Erikus is off. Yeah, bye. Thanks for coming on. Hope you enjoyed. And good luck with your goal. Yeah. And I hope you had a fun night. Oh, yo! The enemies are raiding me too. I've left my defenses down. How could I be so careless? We must build a fort. Prepare for the enemy onslaught. Build an army. Keep them well fed. Ah! This will heal us a little bit. And this will heal us a lot more. Grace, we cannot fail. With time, we can. I'm doing a little bit better than last time. I'm at 12. Almost Guardians by the 2.5 minute mark. Not great. Oh, I thought you were gonna give me the stasis. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. How did it go? Both Rim and Koi. If you excuse me for 1 sec, let me just. Whoa. Need a little break. Wash them away. L is in Leeds. Yes. Bullsy Bear, what's up? Welcome. Karasia doing. Hello, Basilisa. If you're afraid, it's a bit of a raid. Welcome. Welcome. Brady 21, welcome. Yeah. How y'all doing? Animal Crossing and Smite. Getting all Christmas spirity, Rim. Ah, that's the thing. I didn't have a stream scheduled for the 25th, but now I feel like I have to do it. Now I feel like I have to do Animal Crossing. How could I forget? I've been very busy lately. Hope you'll excuse me. Yeah. Seems best to have a specific route. Yeah, I'd imagine wasting time just walking around even be suboptimal. Look, there's an enemy at the beginning and an enemy all the way on the right side. I don't know if I have time to even walk there in 2.5 minutes. Uh-oh. Can't skip Toy Day. Toy Day's on the 24th? Okay. Alright. I'm thinking. Alright. So, Twitch sings Christmas Bonanza 25th. Let's say Animal Crossing Toy Day 24th. And I'll be able to spend the 23rd decorating my Animal Crossing town. There you go. Thank you for reminding me, Rim. Thank you. Are you going to sleep, Rim? If so, I wish you farewell and a good night. Thanks for the raid, and hope everybody's doing good. Yeah, we're not playing Animal Crossing right now, at least. Oh wait. Let's go. Mouse Guardian. Last time the Mouse Guardian appeared way faster, though. Maybe it appears when I defeat all the scouts? There's still some scouts on there, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to restart from the beginning again. I didn't know this mission was so infamous. I have to remind myself, it's for Terrico! It's for Terrico! Ow. Oh, good. It launched me up here. I may have the high ground. But in this case, it's strategically unpleasant for me. Anata wa kono game o 100% するそういう意味では私が完成度を上げてます。黒い肉、nuku. Thank you for the Japanese. I need translation though. Whatever you said, it sounded very inspirational. So I'll take that as I'll take it as compliment. I'll take it as motivational speech. Yeah. Save the egg bot. I'm trying. They're not making it easy. Out. Nope. This ain't working. Kill me later. Kill me later. Now. Please. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know what day Animal Crossing Toy Day was going to be. Thank you for reminding me. Restart battle. And I'll take this first moment to think of where we need to go. We're going to hang right and get that one guardian on the right there, because there's no way I'm coming back later. I don't think I have time to fight the bokoblins. I'll have to run past each and every one of them. All right. Sorry, I'll come back later to kill you. Thank you. Roger. I had just assumed that it was going to be on the, not the 25th exactly, but maybe like it would last a couple of days. Then again, if you think about it, Halloween and Thanksgiving did not follow that, so don't know why I thought. Alright, that's good to keep in mind. I have no more excuse anymore. Now that I have extra basement space, extra storage space in my house. Close enough. Like, here's my plan. I'm just gonna pick up every outdoor item in the entire town, put it all in my house, redecorate from scratch, because I do not have the space to even walk around in my town right now. I know some people who are straight up renovating their entire island. Going for a full, like, tear down half at a time, move all their villager houses to one side. Renovate the entire left house, then move all their renovate their entire left island, move all the villager houses to the left side, then renovate the entire right half. Just because there's no real way to terraform around houses. That's a lot of dedication and time that I do not have. I congratulate anyone who is going through that effort. I know. That's what I would be doing if I wasn't playing other games. Because it's just so nice and chill. What's he doing? What's he doing? They thought people would be too busy for Animal Crossing on actual Christmas. Maybe. That's something I have to think about more too, as a content creator. That's the thing about live streaming. When I do content that happens to be on Christmas Eve, on a holiday and whatnot, I'm actually competing, maybe not directly, but just for people's time and attention from all the other things happening on Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatnot. Whether it be some sort of parade, Christmas special of whatever favorite TV show. Other streamers also doing special holiday stuff. I can't see. I can't see. Oh! Up! Stop it! down. I will try to rescue all of you. This time, I'm sure of it. Poor Mipha. Poor Mipha. She wasn't very sure in the first place. See, now there are 2 guardians up here again. So maybe it's better to go back double up on them? Because I'm not coming back this way. Might as well. Oh! Unfortunate. Okay. I'll try to cheese it with bombs. Twas not enough to eke out that last bit. Oh, laser boy. You made a small toy day area, and you're happy with it. That sounds adorable. Got all those present items and everything. I've got a love and hate relationship with the new Animal Crossing. After, like, the beginning of the game was just so community bringing togetherness focused. I've never felt more connected to other players of the game, other streamers, than when Animal Crossing first came out and everybody was barely on their starting island. Nobody had a shop yet. We were all just trying to figure out how the game worked, how to unlock the museum, how to unlock... how to, like, get certain visitors on certain days. Like, hey, Saharo's on my island, come visit. That's a feeling that you don't really get that much anymore unless people are still playing Animal Crossing. And it was interesting back then because the only people who had all the future stuff were people who purposely time traveled. So it felt more special to maybe get a star net. Half of the time limit remains, but not half of the guardians are dead. I gotta speed up. Chests might open on their own. I think only the last chest in a mission opens on its own. Okay, now I'm just spending time traveling. That's not great. If only you had 2 characters on this mission. In my experience, the chests kind of just stay there. Maybe they do open, I haven't really checked. I've never observed one to open, though, by itself. All chests open on their own? Well then. Now I've learned something. That's good. Yeah, this game is usually a bit too fast-paced to really... to really notice whether or not that happens by itself. That's good to know, thank you. Sidon, why aren't you helping your sister? I don't know. You know, this is post-game, so all the future heroes already faded on back to their future timeline, and let's hope it's not a Back to the Future situation where they prevented their own births or something like that. It'd be very weird because Sidon technically was already born. But you know, time travel is always weird like that. Alright, I'm gonna trust that that treasure chest stays opens by itself. Oh, it does! I guess they just open faster if you manually do it? Because there was a certain timed mission earlier where I got screwed over by a chest not opening fast enough. Because it was based on how much money you get, and the money I needed was in the chest. Nope! Okay, let's take care of this the fast way. After Superhero Month, you want to do Dragon Month. Dragon January? I like that. That's a little alliterative. Dragon January, a little alliteration. Say that 5 times fast. Alright, where's the next Guardian? Can't afford to dilly-dally shilly-shally. Zoo-doo-zoo-doo-zoo-doo-zoo. It's electric. It's cold. Ice cold. Nope. You stop that right now, mister. Dang, I hope that would just miss. Weak point. Ooh. Oh, what? I wasn't... I thought I was still in the animation. I was reading chat. You don't think the time travel's in the spirit of the game?
I cannot fail.
A lot of people interpreted the advertisement for Age of Calamity to literally mean that this is the exact prequel for Breath of the Wild. The advertisement for Age of Calamity said that this was a prequel, but it didn't really say that. It just said that it takes place 100 years before. Like, if people came in expecting it to be exact prequel, like, I was hoping that they changed things, and that, you know, necessitates timeline screwery. Because it would be very depressing to play a game where it's literally just, it ends with you failing against the Calamity, everyone dies. The only people fighting are literally just the 4 champions and Link. Well, Link is a champion. Zelda, maybe.
It is done.
I think if you're thinking the spirit of the game is a specific thing, you're attributing things that Nintendo never really said and Tecmo Koei never really intended. It's hard to market this game.
Onward.
Honestly. I think one thing they could have done is maybe hint that things may not be
It is
exactly to par. Like, every time they advertise the game in like a trailer or just in the taglines, just say things may not be what you remember, what Link remembered. Maybe explicitly say something about timelines. I mean, timelines, multiple timelines are not a new concept to Zelda. They're not. That's the whole reason that people, you know, debated the Zelda timeline for years and years and years after Ocarina of Time. I'm gonna say I like it. I'm gonna say I like that this game, you know, it doesn't have to be canon. Running out of time.
I'll win. It is done.
And you're free to not like it. I'm gonna have to think from now on if somebody ever asks, I'm gonna run out of time and die. Stop it! If anyone ever asks me whether or not I recommend this game, I'm gonna have to say not to come in with any sort of expectation of where the story's gonna go.
Here. Be still.
People are arguing whether it's not is or is not canon because of the time travel. First of all, let's let go of any preconceived notion that Nintendo cares about the Zelda timeline. They never really did. And Hyrule Historia was cool that for once in any period of time there was a canon Zelda timeline. But I think Breath of the Wild already proved that, you know, they just do whatever they want. In my opinion, Nintendo does best when they focus on making a game fun first, even at the expense of like an overarching story. That's never been what Nintendo was all about. Like, on the flip side of that, Nintendo does worse
It is done.
when people expect anything out of them. I grew up with Nintendo. Like, I don't want to sound like a Nintendo apologist. That's like all the rage these days. There's like always two sides of,
You won't.
oh, we got the Nintendo fanboys defending every little move they do, even if it's anti-consumer. Like, I'm not trying to defend anything they do. Like, this story wasn't even like, who knows how much was up to Nintendo to write this story and how much was up to Koei Tecmo. I'm just saying, I don't ever expect them to do anything but what they want to do. And they're at least good at that. Doon doon doo 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 doo.
Full impact.
Same with how you feel about Final Fantasy VII Remake. Sprint, for somebody who hates the Final Fantasy VII Remake, you sure do bring it up a lot. Just saying. Like, this game doesn't ever purport to be a remake. Like, it's allowed to be different. What? Especially because, you know, it's not even the same kind of gameplay. And at the very least with Nintendo, there's like the expectation that there's no expectations. Alright, okay. Restart. Your theory is that it's a legend and it's someone just telling it. Therefore, untrustworthy narrator. Yeah, that's a trope. That could work. At that point, you're kind of talking about how meta it is to think of this game as being narrated by somebody, you know? It's Nintendo telling us the story. So in a way, we're kind of saying we just don't trust Nintendo to give us a, not trust. Let's say, like, we know Nintendo is going into this just wanting to make a cool story, whether or not it makes sense. Just like somebody telling a story might embellish it a little bit with things that didn't actually happen, things that weren't actually part of it, just for the sake of telling a good story. And I agree with that. I feel like that's exactly what they're doing there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Koei Tecmo created their own plot for Hyrule Warriors. That's the thing. If anybody knew what happened in the original Hyrule Warriors, that's one thing that could have hindered us to us. That Koei Tecmo gonna Koei Tecmo. No matter where, you know, this game starts off, we know they're just gonna do fun, like, alternate universe time travel stuff anyway. And they hint at it from the very beginning. The fact that Terako travels back in time from the day of the Calamity to warn Zelda and Link. And even though it seems like he does very little, the fact that there is time travel at all could probably hint to you, alright, they're gonna pull off some shenanigans. And the obvious one is pull people from the future. I can't see, but I'm gonna assume it's stasis. There you go. I recognize the animation. Nintendo didn't say it was going to be a direct prequel, and fans took it that way. Square Enix didn't say that Final Fantasy VII was going to be a facelift of a remake, but fans took it that way. Like, I didn't pay too much attention to the interviews and stuff for Final Fantasy VII. But from what I remember, I feel like from the very beginning they were saying that things were going to be different. At least from the very first reveal, like, gameplay-wise, we knew it was going to be different. I think these days, I tend to just not go into games with expectations anymore. Because I was a lot happier as a little kid. Just playing games because they looked fun. Not looking at the trailers, not looking at reading reviews or articles. And just, like, enjoying what I play. Because these days when you come in with the thinking you know what you want out of a game, or even if you know what you want out of a game, even if you know what you want out of a game, I don't think games are made, or at least I don't think games should be made to fulfill any specific want other than the wants of the developers who made it. Because no one game is gonna satisfy everybody, you know? It's gonna be very, very unlikely for a game to be like the perfect representation of exactly what's in people's minds, what's in their hearts, their true desires. Like regular show Christmas episode, the magic box that gives you whatever present you want. Because, you know, if something was that malleable,
Be still.
if something was that perfect, then people would fight over it. No. I lost the metaphor. I think the point is nothing can be everything. Like, it's interesting to me to talk about game design. Because there are, no matter what you do, no matter what type of game you want to go with, there are sacrifices you have to make in order to appeal to different audiences. I think some of the best games of all time, or at least some of the most unique games of all time, and therefore fresh and enjoyable to me specifically, are ones that don't really try to go for any specific audience. It's just a game developer wanting to make something and doing that to the best of their ability. That's why I love Kojima games so much. Why somehow, even though Kojima comes off as one of those game directors that seems like super hard to work with. Oh, yo. Stop it. And goes all super artsy-fartsy at the expense of any, like, cohesion or understanding to the plot. Even despite that, his games are something unique and special. You can't just, like, label them with one thing. Like, dude tries to invent genres. That's something that can't really be said about a lot of developers. Tactical espionage action. Yeah, we call them stealth games now, but you know, he's one of the first to come up with them. Here's the problem, there's now a guardian on the right. I can't really get there without going out of my way. I know if I don't get that now, it'll be even farther to walk trying to go back. Ugh. You think the Guardian Scouts eventually start coming towards you? Oh, okay. Do 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 do. Well, let's see if that's true. Yeah, sometimes maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit. Alright, go for the big lads. I'm gonna try to use the rods more. You're right about that. I've just been trying to save them for the big lads. Yo! If I go for them first, then we might be able to speed things up. The best kind of game is one that gives you something you didn't even know you wanted. That is well put.
I cannot fail.
Something besides like the nth iteration of the exact same game with maybe like a different character roster. Or just minor tweaks to the multiplayer content, you know? If those are the kinds of games you like, though, then no problem there. But definitely they will end up falling out of popularity, kind of fizzle out. Won't really be talked about for years to come like that. That's not a slight against them. I'm trying to say Call of Duty without saying Call of Duty. Like, it's a perfectly fine game. It's just not my bag. How to talk about things without being offensive. You don't know how hard it is. This is why some people just double down. Because no matter what, if you make a game, it's going to be something that doesn't appeal to everybody. No matter what, if I talk about a game, it's going to anger somebody. Kojima's magnum opus still Boktai. Nintendo Switch's biggest failure, not having a sun sensor. You're hoping they bring in Toon Link and Kid Link as DLC. I'm gonna say I'm honestly surprised that they didn't end up just bringing in every single character from regular Hyrule Warriors, assuming this is the same engine. Like, why not? Maybe when you beat the story, yeah, Portal, they all come in at the same time. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, so all the Guardians are up here right now. The hope is the group attacks. Yeah, look at that. Little boys are coming at me. I'll let them come over. I'll let them eat cake. Oh, stop it. Here we go. And because I'm doing constant weak point strikes, the little boys are gonna get caught in the crossfire. In the crossfire! They're on the move. Pretty good. On to their doom. Thought I was mentioning Pokemon. That too. Ugh! Stop it! That's just video games today. Everyone likes to complain. Alright, Mouse Guardian. You're out. You're done. Let's hope the scouts get here in time. This is the closest I've gotten to the end, though. It's just the little boys left. I am not defeating 5 of them in 5 seconds, though. Okay, there's 3 on the map, but there's 4 left to kill. Oh no, there's probably one that appears after you defeat all the scouts. Yeah, no way. But we got our plan! We got our plan. Thoughts on Pong? Yes, the perfect game of the generation. No plot to get people angry, no graphics to criticize. Just pure, unadulterated gameplay. Pong really is the perfect game, isn't it? And it's got multiplayer, with no subscription, no DLC, how about that? So even then, ignore this little boy. Just get the big uns. Your Sears Pong console doesn't work on your 50-inch HD TV. 0 out of 10. Well, you know, as long as you don't have the right adapter for it. I'm sure I could find an RF to composite to RGB. Something that plays with the utmost crispest clarity. Gotta keep an eye on the Flying Guardian. Wait, it's already electric. It's tricky, tricky, tricky. It's tricky that it doesn't tell you the small guardians start following. Like, that's interesting to think about. Let's compare this to, say, the beach cleanup level of Super Mario Sunshine with the little mantas. Like, the design was apparent there. Oh! The flood actually tells you, watch out, the smaller ones are now coming after you. And you can tell from a game design perspective, that's exactly because they want it to be easy to get to the last few before the time runs out. In this case, you just kind of have to notice it. I actually think that's really clever. Like, I'm not clever. But that's something that, like, after you play this enough times, you will notice that that's happening, and then therefore you don't have to go against the small ones. I am getting a little overwhelmed. Stop it! I did not mean to magnesis at all. Ah!
This way.
All right, weak point. Lock him in the break phase. Just a mixture of everything at your disposal. That's basically what this is. The post game. A test of everything you've learned up until now. And it's also a little more in line with a more classic Dynasty Warriors game. The individual fights are not what matters. It's the state of the entire battlefield. Sometimes you do have to retreat from battles you could easily win because something is more pressing. Maybe capturing an outpost or taking care of certain big enemies. Fire! Scribbles, what's up? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing good. I'm a little focused today. We've got... I just happened to pick a mission that I thought would be easy. The recommended level was a little lower than my character average. Ooh, oh. The little tiny guardians, the way they make that continuous laser, it's just...
You won't.
It's not great. Hot fire! Tricky. I am glad that people have played this level before, especially you think, Twig. Their tips and tricks. I tell you, if I wasn't streaming this, I'd definitely be trying to learn the strategies over several different iterations of trying to beat this.
I cannot fail.
Not that I'm impatient or anything. I just don't want an entire stream of one level. I thought I might have been able to save Terrico. We need that little egg boy. He's my son. My son! I need to save my son! I know there's no big guardians at this location, but I wanted to deal some group damage while at least 3 of them were all in one place. Do 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 do. You wrecked this level. I'm sure you used Mipha more than I did. At the very least, pumped her up more than I did. I was only able to bring her up to level 60, which is above the recommended level for this mission. At the same time, I have not really made any good weapons for her. I found that I literally never fused a weapon for her until today. Oops. Oh, I tried to dodge. I hope I'm making good time. The big difference here is that I am dying. The big difference here is because I'm focusing on the big ones, the number of defeated guardians looks lower, but I know it'll be easier to clean up the last remaining few. I love the little sounds of the Zora captains and whatnot trying to bop the Electric Guardian. Ooh. Okay. No, sir. Stop that. Right at the last second. Laser cancel. Oh. I wish that the weak point attack... Am I dead? I can't see. Okay. I had no idea what was happening there. I'm gonna retry, because I think I was doing good on time. I was just getting hit a little bit too much. You know, generally that's a bad idea. I wasn't sure where I was in the middle of an animation or what have you. If there's one, like, objective complaint I have about this game, it's the fact that the camera can get easily obscured by, like, the angle at which you're fighting the enemy during a special attack. or the character you're using. Pro tip, do not use the Great Fairy indoors. Used her like 3 times, but you had a good weapon. You staying on top of fusing up weapons for all your characters? That's the biggest problem here. I didn't have the money to do so. Barely had enough money to level her up. You know what I should have done? Gotten her to 57 and then used money on fusing weapons. Between Yakuza Like a Dragon, this game, and just work, I haven't had much time. Haven't had much time to just play this, you know? When this game first... stop! When this game first came out, I did. I played it like the entire weekend. Did every mission. Ran out of missions. It's not so easy to do that these days. Alright, Mal, Ice Guardian. Has a Rivali main especially. Same here. Absolutely felt that. Going after materials instead of rupees, got more rupees. Honestly, you get enough. If you're just doing the missions, you get enough rupees just playing. Like, sure, you get 1,000 rupees off of farming bananas. You also get like 1,000 rupees after just doing the mission. So if I'm gonna do a mission to get rupees, or just do a regular mission to get materials and then also get rupees, I might as well like get the materials. Ugh. Ooh. I gotta be careful about positioning. Wherever possible, I'm gonna try to get a twofer whenever I use a rod. The biggest danger right now is getting overwhelmed by all those tiny guardians in the area. You can't. Like right here. 3 stuns at once. Thank you. Imagine Breath of the Wild having to fight 3 or 4 guardians at once. Actually, isn't that bad when you think about it. In Breath of the Wild, I'd make constant use of the slow-mo. There's also the fact that when you stasis a guardian, it kind of loses track of you. At least in Breath of the Wild, I mean. I need to learn how to stop my combo once I hear a laser's about to fire. I keep thinking like, yeah, you know, dodge at the last minute. Do not have the opportunity. Oh! Everything's coming at me! Something's on weak point. There you go. Hopefully this will take out at least 2 of them. Oh, give me some apples. Give me something. Oh!
I promised to protect him.
Ahoo! Ooh-hoo-hoo! 3 lasers at once. I can dodge 1, but not all of them. Oh! Ice is good for the water. Yep, it creates a whole freezy effect. There's not really much. I mean, it's raining. I'm not really over a puddle at the moment. Now we see the downside of the strategy of letting all the tiny guardians come after you. I can handle 1 or 2 at once. 3 all charging their lasers. Ain't a fun time. Especially when they pull out that, like, constant laser. Alright, new strategy. If there's at least 2 Guardian Scouts in one area after I beat a big one, I'm not gonna immediately head on over I'm just gonna, you know, take care of what's already around me. Like this one. Okay. You can sell all your extra materials.
Blood power. Be still.
I was reluctant to sell materials at the very beginning because I didn't know what I was gonna need for recipes and also missions. Since you already did all the missions, you know what's extra. That's one benefit.
I cannot fail. It is done.
Right, I know there's 2 Guardian Scouts over here. Try to cheese them both out. $800 bananas a mission. You gotta think about the time, though. The time per 1,000 rupees. Because even if you are getting, like, 8,000 rupees every time you do the training, let's say it takes 30 minutes versus one 6-minute mission that gives you 1,000 rupees. Honestly, I've been getting like 1,500 rupees every time I do a mission. So let's say 6 minutes is 1,500 rupees. In 30 minutes... Ooh. Well, I don't know how long it takes you to get 800. I usually don't get 800 when I do the training mission. Let's say it takes an hour. Maybe not an hour. It all depends on the math.
To protect him.
I'm not able to do math at this point in time. I'm a little busy. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You now have over 999 of each item drop, so the game just auto-sells. Yeah, I'm not at that point. Because either A, I'm still at a point where I'm using monster drops on missions, using those materials. Nothing I have has really hit 999. Or I'm still using them to, like, remove seals from weapons and whatnot. Okay. Get down here. Can they bomb you? It's not gonna bring you down. Oh, okay. Lasers. If only I had Colin Mockery's bald spot from Whose Line Is It Anyway? Your bald spot can deflect lasers in my general direction. Probably one of my favorite moments on that show. Those improv songs. Deflect. What else do you say after someone says deflect? It's either lasers or bullets. Come on.
I cannot fail.
Definitely doesn't take an hour. When I do that training mission, the thing is mostly I accidentally killed a Blade Master, so I end the mission early. I know they keep infinitely spawning, but, you know, not if you actually finish out the mission. Shocking! I'm a programmer, so anytime I have to do a repetitive task, I will specifically only do it if I can do it mindlessly. That's just how I am. The thing is, even though the act of killing Yigas in and of itself is pretty straightforward, the biggest problem is trying not to accidentally kill the Blade Masters, as well as actively searching for the respawning regular Yiga members. And also, you know, just having enough extra time. Very careful when you use your special. One benefit is I'm getting better at using certain characters, knowing what their combos look like. I figured out Teba's combo where he just stands in one place and shoots a bunch of arrows into the sky. Basically what Rivali does when he does his stasis attack, but Teba can just do it anytime and infinitely.
Be still.
which is fantastic. Daba's good. I don't want to call him better Rivali, but maybe a little bit of a better Rivali. Sorry, old man Rivali, times have changed. You ain't such a hot chicken anymore. You're mild at best. The spice is gone. Yo, I've got like 15 out of 18? And there's a minute and a half left. Okay, I'm gonna go straight for the Malice Guardian. Hope that the last tiny boy catches up. I'm just scared about what'll come out after. Friendship ended with Rivali. Now Taba is my best burb. You got it. Oh, I dodged too early. Alright, we're cheesing it. You have tier 3 drops on your Master Sword, and you got the 45% material drop food. Okay, yep. There comes the benefit from working on exact. Oh, okay. I was about to go for the stasis, but was not so. Oh, where am I going? Oh, there's still a big old flying guardian here. I don't like. There's just so many guardians. Oh, they're not close enough to shock all at once. Got most of them. Weak point, please. Something tells me the game would definitely be a lot easier if I pretty much used only Link, farmed specifically only his weapons, and did things like get all the best seals on only the Master Sword. Meanwhile, I tried to do stuff like get decent weapons for most of the characters, even the ones I don't use.
I cannot fail. It is done.
It's interesting how everybody's got their own playstyle, you know? There is a little bit of me trying to make a more interesting stream. If it were up to me, if I was just playing this off stream, I'd be honest, I'd probably just use Rivali. Rivali, Link. Okay. Oh, okay, combo death. I'm sorry, but Mipha does not have the Daigo parry. Rivali's all about speed and quick clears. That's odd. Definitely in my experience, Rivali has had like a bit slower of a damage output. Maybe just how I play him. At least for Rivali and Urbosa, tried to have decent weapons for them. At least number-wise. It's one of those things that you really have to pay attention to how much damage you're outputting with certain combos and whatnot. A lot of times I found myself only using weak combos because they look flashy enough. And then levels like Zelda's bow training I just could not finish. Always ran out of time because I wasn't killing enemies fast enough. It always felt like I was, but because I was leaving a couple of stragglers here and there, the game would refuse to spawn more bokoblins. So lost a lot of time there. Your top 4 is Link with Spears, Impa, Hestu, and Taba. Yeah, maybe in another timeline I would have used Impa a little bit more. Again, she's fantastic. Like for pure damage output, crowd control as well. I don't know, just not my playstyle. Very unique, though. Impa OP, don't nerf. Imagine if this game was multiplayer, like PvP. I'd be curious to see how that kind of game would fare. Has there been a Dynasty Warriors like that? Like two different factions, both players like try to capture outposts and whatnot from the other player. Like, it could work. A lot of the enemies are basically just the player characters you can play as being controlled by AI, trying to take care of the same objectives you are. Gundam Warriors 3 had a mode like that, but the lag was unbearable. That's disappointing. Just thinking as a programmer, I bet you could implement it in a way that didn't really care about whether you were exactly in sync, or whether every enemy was in exactly the same place. There's no way, with as many enemies you fight in Dynasty Warriors, there's no way you could sync up everything perfectly. But as long as you know, like, you know the general amount of health of an outpost, as long as you know where at least the player-controlled characters are, and how they're fighting each other, you could totally do a multiplayer mode like that. I kind of want to make that now. Alright. That's my resolve. If I ever make a game, I'm gonna try to make a PvP Warriors game. I guess that's basically League of Legends, MOBAs, Smite. Oh. When you really think about it. Huh. Well, maybe less focus on individual character, hero, legends, whatever. Maybe a bit more like Dynasty Warriors. And because I haven't really picked one solid team, I haven't hashed out what roles each character would have. I've kind of made everybody all around. But definitely there are things like I try to use Urbosa for like singular big enemies. Try to use Rivali and Ortega for crowds. Yeah. Mira's gotta go. Good luck with the mission. Hey, thank you, Mira. Thank you for joining in. Hope you had a good time. Sleep well, okay? If you're going. You think you like Impa the most, says Kamen. Shigyoto. I mean, she's basically Paya with an attitude, which is actually really cool. Could you imagine? Paya needs to go over to the Earthbound On It public library. Check out the book, Overcoming Shyness. Here's the problem. This is the last enemy I can fight at the moment. And now I have 16 seconds to defeat whatever spawns in. I hope it gives me more time. Hello? Hello? There's nothing left. Oh, there's one little boy over there. How did I miss that? Oh, no. I don't have time. No! Die. The world, Zoro's domain fell to a single Guardian Scout. She could not call for help nor backup. It was the most powerful scout of all. So close. Oh, I wish it didn't bring me so far back. Now, at the point where it leaves me off, I know there's one Guardian Scout that's at like one sliver of health. I need to focus on that one. Or I guess I just killed it. Here we go. Flurry Rush, weak point smash. And take care of this scout. It's either one of those two small guardians I see on the top, on the right part of the map right now. They kind of just stayed by. I'm making good time on this one. Taking care of this little opening batch of Guardians, they're done in like record time. These two, this is starting to look a little familiar. In the end, you've got to try again. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, try again. Game over. Return of Ganon. Wah, 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 wah.
Power with grace.
Mouse Guardian, take advantage of the water and ice. I just need to use the rods more. I only have like one use of the ice rod though. I kind of used it up already. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it is the most powerful one because it creates a freezing effect if you use it on somebody in the water. Indeed. That's a good thing about fighting in the Zoro's domain. There's just so many places where that can happen. You suggest stasis locking. So the thing is, that's what I usually do when I face off against an enemy that I know I can just barely eke out the stasis on. I missed entirely! Oh man, I should have saved... Okay, I should have saved the fire one for the Mouse Guardian. That might cost me the mission. Honestly. Looks like the electric one has a little more area of effect.
It is done.
Cryonis also works. Oh! That one I did forget about. Thank you for reminding me. So the thing is, the stasis lock is what I usually do on usual enemies. For Guardians, their stasis, their lock lasts long enough that I can usually get them staggered in one go.
It is done.
At least for the regular Guardians. For the Mouse Guardian, I have to get used to doing it. I know if I don't take care of this little one, he's just not gonna move from where he is he? Let's hope this is the right play. Look at him, he's just hanging out. Is this why he didn't move past this gate? He got stuck on it. Oh my god. Oh, that's so dumb. But I love it. The deciding factor of this battle. Basically the Zoro's Waterloo. Decided because a Guardian couldn't pathfind its way around a gate. Look at that, it died so fast. Alright, we got this. We got like, what? Couple uses of rod, Cryonis on the water. 1 minute's more than enough. More than enough to kill anything that moves. Ooh. Alright, time to apply everything I've learned. Look out, world. Mipha's grace is ready to rock. Look at how effective that is. Because of the freezing. So fast. Now let's stasis lock work here. Try it again. Maybe just wait for Cryonis. Electricity will also work. Jeez. And freeze! Haha! Oh, that's so effective! And I've upgraded Cryonis to the point where I can do it again! 20 seconds, I see the frozen time! Uh-oh, I missed. How does that miss? Oh, Flurry Rush! That might be the deciding factor. What? Oh no! So close! The time limit, it just zipped by. Oh, I'm so close though. Right here. Instant thunder. I've got my plan of attack. I can do this. I know I can. I see the path before me. Now you feel... No, I'm just explaining my thought process. Like, that is something I do. Like, that is a good strategy. It's just not something I've been used to doing on these enemies specifically. And that's why. But it actually is the way to go for the Malice Guardian. Maybe? I don't know. I've really been able to take care of their stagger, like, immediately. I don't think I've really needed to freeze it now. I don't know what it is about Mipha. Save special for the Malice? Probably a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna actually go for these 2 ones. That's what I usually do. Gives time for the other ones to join in. Shocking! Gives me a little bit of a mini heart attack when I still hear the laser activation effect. I know they're frozen, I know they can't shoot, but they still make the sound. There you go. Have a bit of finny fun. Oh, I mean locked on. This one I can definitely lock in. You know what? I think it's because I'm using the water spout with Mipha. Oh, how are you up there? Ah! This one's hacking. He has the high ground. Mipha, stop jumping. I haven't particularly needed to stasis them. There we go. It's a twofer.
It is done.
Good. Bombs? Bombs destroy the platforms. Oh, okay. That'd be an easier way. Good. Well, it's dead now, but I will use the bomb as a way to get down. Hey, look, we're on the ground floor. Easy. All right. 2 minutes left. This is very familiar to me. Take 1 minute to take care of this straggler, and then 1 minute to take care of the Mouse Guardian. More than enough time. War never changes.
Be still.
It sure doesn't. Welcome on in, Brad Boy. How you doing? We're having a fun old time with this mission.
Worth a try. Like so. Be still.
I'm so glad that if you whiff the magnesis, it doesn't use up your Sheikah Slate. That is so helpful. Is this enough? All right.
It is done.
Run! Can we get a running in the 90s? It's a new way of life to me. We're just running in the 90s. Yeah, I wanna know, guess I wanna see. Initial D, more like initial fish. Aquadrito. The Malice! He's here. He must fear. My ice! It is nice. Mipha, where are you going? Alright, still got it off. Nice fish. Can you smell what the sushi is cooking? I know, there's gotta be a type of fish that rhymes with rock. Sockeye salmon? Can you smell what the pollock is fishing? Oh, I froze at the wrong time. Oh, now you want... Oh! Now you want stasis. This is bad. We'll cheese it. Why? I got 4 seconds. Oh, I cannot afford to miss any one of those. They are all necessary to get it staggered down. Okay, one last try. One last college try. Which college is it? I don't know. Down at the community college? They got a class on Magic the Gathering 101, maybe? Proceeds to talk about driving for 5 minutes. No, diving. Diving. Tried to dodge, didn't work.
Be still.
I hate when I go for the stasis while they're on stagger and then they end right before it. Oh, hi, Scout. No, I'm saving this. I gotta save that one. Weak point now! Invulnerability. Greendale. There is this Magic the Gathering YouTube channel I watch, and I'm sure it's like the most popular one. It's called Tolarian Community College. That's a joke, because there's a card called Tolarian Academy. The narrative is that he's just, you know, the smaller community college that, you know, you can still get a decent wizard's education at. And it costs less, you know. It's the budget option. You can, you know, transfer your credits. It's a perfectly respectable educational institution. But, the person who runs it, he calls himself the professor, because he actually was a college professor. A community college professor, still. Although I hadn't realized in the time since I started watching that channel, he actually lost his job as a professor. And like a lot of... Ooh, nice 3 for... Like a lot of YouTubers nowadays, you know, just focusing on getting money from Patreons, donations, and whatnot. No shame in it. Because you're not getting that off of ad revenue these days. No, sir. Stop. Okay, now you end. Oh, this is not great. I should probably save this for the Mouse Guardian, but too late. Definitely an episode of Community. Heck yeah, let's go. That was a fun show. I don't really watch TV. Just one of those things that was on when my college roommate was watching. Alright, at least this time they're not on the platform. How did they even get up there, I wonder?
It is done.
Tried to go for a flurry rush. It's okay. Freeze that. Weak point. This will take care of them. We're actually doing a little bit worse on time than last time. Let's see if I go for the Mouse Guardian first, actually. Same kind of deal, right? I head towards one, I have to double back for the other. At least I can feel a little bit more comfortable. And the little guardian will come to me. I didn't mean to do that.
You won't. With grace.
We're using the special now. Give us a little bit of healing as well. Ryanus? Freeze! Alright, good. Weak point. First one. Another freeze. Get him a little bit closer over here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Walk over here, buddy. Is this close enough? Cryonis? No! 30 seconds. This is not enough time. Fire. Cryonis? I missed. You really have to aim it, I guess. Ah, I went too early. That's it. Nope, nope. We're at an impasse, because that little guardian does not move past that gate. He's stuck. Yeah, this will get rid of him, but at what cost?
I cannot go.
Please, I didn't even beat the mouse guardian. Getting to think I need a little bit more time. Syed. Alright. Beginning to look like when I played Resident Evil 4. No time to spare. I know the situation. Just execute it flawlessly. Okay. This should take care of it. I cannot fail. Except when I do. Poor girl, she's lying to herself. The only way to stay sane in these times. How sad. Freeze that. Pretty good. Just barely not enough. Come on, weak point. Yeah, I'm hearing that this level's a little infamous. Now I'm wishing I did this off stream. It's always exactly the timing. The frame that I'm able to cast stasis is the frame that they stop their stagger. Okay, good. You cannot waste a moment. For a moment like this. Now you're reminded of the times you had to redo missions for S ranks in Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Platinum games are no joke. Honestly, I don't think I could ever play Bayonetta anything but casually. Bayonetta, that one Transformers game. Thankfully, Nier Automata is more lenient, I think. I wouldn't really know. I haven't really played it. I just know there's multiple endings and whatnot. But I don't think the game grades you. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've even tried. I don't think the game grades you in the same way that most Platinum games do. Okay, we got the 2. That's 1. Entirely because of the time limit. I thought Zelda's training was hard. I probably shouldn't have needed to think that was hard. But it was. I think I just don't understand how the algorithm for spawning more enemies works in this game. In this engine in general, at least. Come on, come on, come on! Just let me stab you! Let me stab you! Transformers Devastation is easier than Nier. Oh, that's good. At the very least, Platinum can restrain themselves. Look at this! I'm still running out of time. I think it's slightly shorter if I go for this scout right now. I probably should have saved that, but that's okay.
I cannot fail. You won't.
Okay. Defeated it with a little more time than usual. 121.
It is done.
Ample enough. These wounds, 'tis but a scratch. Scratch your arms off. The hardest part is getting there. Okay, I'm gonna farm a little bit of special off these little foes. Just a little bit, since they were on the way. And you're already here, so Cryonis. Yep, got it this time. What happened? And a little bit of this one. Weak point. If you attack the moblins in general fights, it slows down the spawn time? Uh-oh. So it's actually worse to do that in Zelda's training? No wonder it sucked. At least for me. And here I thought it would have made them faster. I went too early again! Even if this isn't enough, it's not enough! No! Do I have to restart all over? I don't know if I have enough time! Do I give up where I am right now? It's just barely there. I gotta try at least one more time. Am I really gonna spend the entire stream on this one? Might be time to restart. Okay, fine. Fine, I won't go chasing this magical Christmas land where maybe I'll get it a little faster. I'm going pretty optimal, all things considered. Oh, the water spout damages him a little bit. I feel like I've already messed up. I feel like if I don't immediately destroy the first Guardian Scout in like 5 seconds, I'm already lost too much time. It doesn't help I'm not really paying attention to their attacks anymore. I'm missing out on a lot of flurry rushes. I'm gonna try something. It didn't work. Oh, I hate that so much. The way that they can use their stasis requiring attack right after I've used stasis. Just really discouraging me from using it when it doesn't appear. Would have been nice if most of those bombs hit. Oh, I'm going so slow now.
It is done.
Might be best to back out and upgrade her. Probably. I'm technically overleveled for this, though. I just haven't upgraded her weapon all that much. I have upgraded her weapon, but not, like, to any large extent. It's electric.
With grace. I cannot fail.
We'll see if we get things done any faster this time. Oh, okay. This is the last try. Mark my worms. I swear.
Be still.
I promise. And that was not useful.
Be still. It is done.
What did I kill? That one, okay. Electric one. It feels like stasis doesn't really work well on the big guardians when I need to stagger them. Mipha's attack straight up breaks their breaks the stasis immediately. I don't get to whittle away at the stagger meter. Alright. This is not the kind of Christmas I expected Mipha to be having. She's supposed to be spent with her friends and family. We need little baby Sidon for moral support. He can watch the battle from afar. It's okay, as long as I can see the glint off his teeth. His little teeth sees. I'll be motivated. Do it for baby Sidon! Cue that Simpsons do it for her poster, but instead it's do it for him. Do it for he. Specifically with pictures of little baby Sidon. Remember, he wasn't invented for this game. We saw him all the way back in the DLC for Breath of the Wild. I hadn't realized he only appeared there, though. I had thought we saw baby Sidon like in a flashback in the main game. Still, though. So happy they were able to use that again. If only once. I thought we'd see more of them. Do I have more of Mipha? Do I have all of Mipha's strong attacks? I probably don't. I probably don't. After how many Ys is that? So many Ys. Oh, what's going on? Rapid fire! Ice Guardian. Ice Guardian does not like these attacks that you are using on him. Ice Guardian's just trying to take over the world. Oh boy. Guardians are probably the only enemy that can actually attack while they're being staggered. 5 Ys and 1 X. Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm usually not able to pull it off though. Because the enemy attacked before then. Ooh, that looks pretty strong. Doesn't look like it staggers though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm gonna use that from now on. That might be the best option for me. Thanks for letting me know. I'm not even... Because I don't really use her. I haven't really tried using that many Ys. So many Ys. Dodge! Dodge like your life depends on it, because it does. I swear I know how to dodge. I just don't know when when Mipha's combo is, you know, cancelable.
It is done.
Thought I was using the fast combo for time reasons. I literally just don't know what I have with her. I didn't even know there was a... Well, I knew there were 5 Y combos. I just usually never get a chance to pull them off because enemies interrupt me most of the time. Wow, it cancels their... This is a game changer. It cancels their charge attacks. Oh, this changes everything. They're charging up a laser and I'm like, no. I'm playing magic in blue. I got a counterspell. Summon perfect chaos, water bubbles and everything. Okay. You can jump into the big spout. Oh. Man, guys, Mipha's a good character. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Amazing fish, how sweet the sound of battle wrought by thee. I just never gave her a chance. I'm so sorry. I mean, I use Sidon a lot. What am I doing? I need to go for the big ones. All of these bokoblins, red herrings, they get to live, but only today. Mipha's pretty broken.
I cannot fail.
And that's the point of a... Ah! See, that's why I don't usually get 5 Ys. Oh! I tried to press R2, it didn't do it fast enough. Woohoo! That's the point of a warrior's character, right? To be absolutely broken by the end of the game. I don't have any healing. I see the bombs. I couldn't. I did it. They didn't. Oh. Oh. I think that Mipha's bomb is my least favorite out of all of them. It feels like the only one I've used that can actually... that she can actually get damaged while the bombs are raining down. Like, the benefit is that she can move around and stuff while they're raining down. But if none of the bombs hit, and I'm counting on it to cancel whatever the enemy's trying to do, then I just get hit. Maybe killing that guardian on the way is the play because it keeps getting stuck. I don't think it's one of the guardians that are out on the field right now that gets stuck. I think it spawns in later. But we'll see. Anytime I come across a guardian on the way, I'll try to take it out. I just won't go out of my way anymore to kill the scouts. And get inside it! I definitely can. Even when I know it's coming, I'm still in the middle of a combo. All the guardians are on the field right now. I guess before when I was playing this mission, I tried to go to the right, and now I don't. Oh, there's two.
Onward.
I'll use one special, just to also get that heal off.
I cannot fail.
Ooh. And then get inside. Whee! What? Huh? The time. Wait, what? The time. It did? How long did I spend? What is time? I thought I was doing good. I've lost all sense. All right, okay, well, you know, let's call that food a loss. Come back later with a better weapon. When the number says 18, all of them spot. Okay, I see. He ended up grouping them together and farming special. They don't seem to be coming together. That's the thing. I was trying to do that last time at least the attempt before this. I was relying on them grouping together, but one of the last Guardian Scouts got stuck behind a gate. So even though I was able to take most of them out at once, the last one I had to go back for, and that cost me too much time. Let's do a different mission that gives us Tarako parts. Ooh, you get the Dark Link hood for this one. Tarako, where are you? This one, here you go. You get to use Link and Urbosa. I see no problems here. These are characters that I know how to use. She could have better weapons, yes. I've noticed that Link's Lionel Sword here is actually more powerful than the Master Sword at its current iteration, even when it's 7 levels behind. So for now, I'm using the Savage Lionel Sword. I'm hoping there's some kind of effect that...
Can we start eating already?
No, I shouldn't use that. I'm hoping there's some kind of effect that, let's just use one of these.
Not half bad.
Powers up the Master Sword, like, exponentially. Because we got it early and it's been powerful, but damage-wise, it's fallen behind. Thank Twig meant to get food. Sorry, Thank Twig. I know that was riveting gameplay. I thank you for the help. Your advice was very sound. It helped me get almost close to beating it. We'll come back later with better weapons for Mipha. Dun, 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 dun. The Master Sword shoots lasers, and that's what makes it better, and that's it. Ooh. That ain't great for me, because... That ain't great for me. I don't really assume that I'll ever be at full health. After I take one hit, I'm just like, alright, let's try going for 30% health. I don't have any weapons that have the extra damage under 30% modifier. But I feel like that's a little easier. Look at that! I only gotta defeat 2 enemies. In 10 minutes? Wonderful! Alright, Urbosa, you can go for the top right. Oh, there's 2 Mouse Guardians. Alright! Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Oh, now I'm used to Mipha's combos. Okay, good. Link's air combo keeps him safe from the smash attack. That's exactly what I wanted. So 4, up, into the air, linger, stasis. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful! Eat apples anytime you lose health. I also do that, and then I run out of apples. I think I'm just not careful enough. That's why I tend to save them. I think the thing is, a lot of strategies I try at the very beginning of the game get defeated by a lack of resources. And what you've done is you've farmed enough resources that doesn't matter. Oh! Like, I know that you only work up to a certain amount of food, But you've also got all the upgrades so that food's more effective. Overall, you probably can hold more food. Enemies probably do less damage. Oh, there's electric guardians now. They spawned. When did that happen? This is going to take a little more effort than I originally thought. Can't see. Stasis! Oh. Ooh. That was brutal. The way that I heard Link scream in pain. No other sounds of battle. Just... Ah! Link is dead. Alright, boys, pack it up. Send him to the Chamber Shrine of Resurrection. He'll need it. I'll try to farm a little bit of special. The Master Sword, when fully upgraded, does extra bonus damage at full health and increases health drops. Ah, okay. That changes everything. That explains it. Encouraging you to have full health and have the beam attack you. That makes way more sense. If I tried to heal every time I lost a little bit of damage, I just run out of apples. And it never feels like I can purposefully farm apples. I keep trying to break boxes and all they give me is rupees. Dude. The Savage Lionel Sword is amazing. I mean, it's pretty much the same as when I got it in Breath of the Wild itself. It's always stronger than the Master Sword, even when you do the DLC. The DLC to keep it fully charged at all times. Just the benefit is the Master Sword never permanently breaks. And in this game, that doesn't really happen. It's nice that there is a benefit, though. It's the Master Sword for a reason. You can parry the laser same as Breath of the Wild. I know that. I feel like I'd just rather dodge them. It feels easier to me. But true, the lasers would give you the benefit of actually damaging the enemy back. That's ZL. Okay, that. Just do it. Oh. Got the timing wrong. At least I didn't take the hit. What? Just got slapped by a tentacle. Free is right there, mister. Oh! Wow, I just tried to use a Mipha combo. You saw me use the bow and arrow? Because I thought I was gonna dive into the ground. Thank you. Technically doing a little bit better. And the moblins. Oh, unfair. But no, heal. Dice, tomato. Nope. Maybe trying to parry is not the best idea when there's two guardians to juggle at once. There we go. I've sufficiently desynced them. And there's the freeze. This is the time to use the freeze. After a parry stun. Oh! Yeah, baby! Still got it! You don't know what timing that is. Basically when the light flashes. Like right there. Easy. Oh, that is so easier. I'm glad I'm playing as Link instead of Mipha right now. And I'm glad the shields don't break in this one. You know, that's also a reason I kind of stopped. Ooh, nice. Right in the eye. You know what? I'm just going to run Link over to the other outpost because I want to have a shield. I mean, Urbosa has a shield, but I don't think she can parry. I want to have a shield fighting these fellas. It's way faster. That's one benefit. That's basically why I stopped parrying in Breath of the Wild, because it breaks my shield so much. Oh, didn't do it in time. Not bad for a Vo. Now let us carve a path through this horde. When I first fought Lynels, I parried every one of their attacks. And while it got me through, what ended up happening was I would lose all my shields fighting one Lynel. And then from then on, I would just dodge the attacks. Come on, so close. Cheese it out with bombs. Easy peasy. You still haven't played Breath of the Wild past the plateau? Oh. Oh, here I was assuming you played Breath of the Wild Sprint. I did love it. It definitely, you know, requires you to have at least some penchant for open world games, which I don't know if you do or don't. I know a lot of people who didn't really even give Breath of the Wild a chance just because they hate open world games with a passion. And that's, you know, it's fine to not like that genre. And anytime a video game changes genres, it will just inevitably alienate a lot of people. And I'm just happy that I'm okay with playing different genres of games, even if they have the same name as a game that has traditionally been something else. I'm just curious where the future of the series is gonna go, you know? Like, what's gonna happen with Breath of the Wild 2? Because I was just hoping at the very least. I have no reason to expect this. And again, going back to people expecting things from games, wow. That was easy. Going back to people expecting things from games. Don't. Don't. But I do want Breath of the Wild 2 to go a little back to its roots. Just a little bit. Have actual dungeons at the very least. Or more puzzles that are not just like, explore every corner of the Divine Beast. Yay, you collected all the little map droplets. Now you can drink the information smoothie that'll tell you how to get to the Blight Ganon. So, yep. Ooh, this is also a high resell. Pretty good. Shadow of Ganon. Shadow. Open world where the tasks are highlighted and easy for you to get and knock out, you're all about. Games like Breath of the Wild where there's no real direction and your weapons are constantly breaking, puts you off. I mean, it's fair. It's fair. There's a community of a certain Let's Player that I've somewhat been following, and it's something he calls the Mind Goblins. When he knows that he wants to give something a chance, and that certain things about game design are for the better, or at the very least designed a certain way, because otherwise they'd cause another mechanic to get out of hand. In this specific case for Breath of the Wild, like, weapons break because they were trying to encourage you to explore to find new ones, and then also try out new ones that you wouldn't normally use. Because you know, maybe you want to save your regular weapons for later. I mean, that's why there is a breaking mechanic, but to him, the Mind Goblins keep saying, like, no, it feels bad. It feels bad every time it breaks. Doesn't matter that there's a greater purpose for it. I've got anti-dopamine coursing through my veins, and I just cannot let it go. And that's the thing. He's got like... Here's how he puts it. Like, even if he knows, even if his higher non-lizard brain can understand why it is the way it is, there is still that feeling of... there is still that bad feel, you know? And that's totally fair. That is totally fair if you feel that way. And if it happens every time, then yeah, that's gonna hamper your experience. And whether or not the mind goblins let go, that's, you know, if they don't, then they don't. He fully admits to letting them win every now and then. And you know what? Good on him for recognizing that. Because at the same time, he'll pretty much say, like, he can acknowledge that it is a bit of a clever design, and it just doesn't feel good. They both can exist. Both conditions can exist. Look at this, the Master Koga Chronicles. Let's do this one next. More blights, more malice. Need to level up Impa at least a little bit. But at the very least, I can play as Koga. I probably will. I probably will. Anything I can do to power up Impa right now? I don't think so. You get attached to your weapons and gear and don't sell them off in games. It is kind of a thing. Surprisingly, oh, we're making chicken. Oops! Sorry, brethren. The woman was delighted with the poultry you gave her. Well, you know, I made it myself. Whoa! That looks so good, though. Look at that peel-off. Emperor peel-off! See what we can do about leveling up Impa a little bit. She has decent weapons, I think? What was the recommended level? We'll level her just to that. Because I want to save some money, at the very least, for fusing up a good weapon. Now I can't find it anymore. Koga Chronicles? There it is. 57. Going back to Magic the Gathering, there's a saying. When you play, when you use the Magic the Gathering color for black cards, a lot of them deal with using your own life total as a resource to pay for certain spells and abilities. And the thing is, it actually is one of the most powerful strategies in Magic. It's just hard for people to weigh out. Is it worth, like, taking myself down to 1 health in order to defeat the enemy faster? And a lot of times it very much is. It's got a very interesting balance that way. Oof. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell some weapons. Try to do a little bit of fundraising, maybe for characters I will never use. Hey, Daruk, you got a nice little stash of weapon there. Mind if I borrow some and never give them back? Oop. 415. 466. This will level me up, but I also need money to fuse a good weapon. We'll sell that much. Get those seals absorbed. That's what I usually do with Impa. If I do it too early, it'll kind of time out before I can get to a big enemy. I think the strategy there is absorb like a couple, and then when you get close to your destination, absorb the last one you need so that it resets that timer. What else do I not use? Sorry, Riju. It's okay, you'll get better weapons. That's a good amount. Pretty good. There is a famous combo in Magic the Gathering from way back in the earliest days of it. It's called the Channel Fireball combo. It involves 2 cards. Technically more cards than that, but 2 very specific cards called Channel and Fireball. And here's what it does. There is a card that lets you... What Channel does. That card, it lets you use your own life to create mana. Mana, again, being the stuff usually made from lands to cast your spells and creatures. It lets you use your life instead of land, and as much life as you want. The idea being people might not want to lose that much life at once. Like, maybe just 5, you know, maybe I'll make 5 mana. There's a spell called Fireball. Fireball does direct damage to an opponent, equal to the amount of mana you spend on it. So, you see the potential there. You start with 20 life. If you spend 19 of that life, then you can do a Fireball immediately for 19. Technically for 18. Because you need 1 additional mana to even cast the spell in the first place. Here's something, though. There's a third card in that combo. Anything that can generate 3 mana at once. Usually it's a very famous banned card called Black Lotus. You get it out for free, it immediately gives you 3 mana. And then just do the math. If it gives you 3 mana, then on top of the 19 mana you can spend from your own life total, you just add the 19 onto the 3. That's 22. I can do math. If you use one of those mana to cast the Fireball, you've got 21. That's more than enough to instantly kill your opponent. So back in the day, people would just make combo decks specifically around getting those 2 cards in your opening hand, casting that combo right away, and your opponent just never gets a turn. I guess the moral of the story is, if there's a resource in a video game, or just a game in general, sometimes the best strategy is to be okay with losing it. Because only by losing it are you able to, you know, spend those resources to get even better resources quickly. And I'll just say, when I was playing Breath of the Wild, my usual strategy was, I don't have enough rupees. Actually, I'm gonna equip this one. I don't really care about the skills it already has, so I'm just gonna fuse that level 8 into the level 5. Yes, pretty good. I think I can sneak in one more. When I played Breath of the Wild, there were some weapons that I, you know, try to save, and for the most part, use things like, you know, just picked up Bokoblin weapons, Luzolfos weapons, and was okay with just throwing them at enemies because I know they do double damage when they're about to break. Because, you know, you fight enough Bokoblins, you fight enough Luzolfos to always get those ones back. Let's see if we can get this improved stasis time, because that'll help a lot. A lot with Mipha's mission there. Rats, can't buy any of these things directly. But yeah. Point is, there were times where I was almost out of weapons. And sure, there were times where I was stuck with kind of piddly weapons. But over time, the quality of weapons kept improving. And I was never really at a point where I had absolutely nothing. Now, when I end up playing Master Mode, that's the idea. Now that I'm playing through Age of Calamity, I really do want to play through Breath of the Wild again. And since I never really checked out Master Mode, I tried it a little bit, and I saw all the stuff that's like, oh my gosh, there's a Lionel on the Great Plateau, wow! Wow, so scary! But I never really, like, tried to play it more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sometime next year, on the docket, full playthrough, at least all shrines of Breath of the Wild Master Mode. From what I saw, the balance in that mode kind of very specifically tuned for squeezing the stone dry when it comes to your resources. Like, it is literally not worth it to fight anything on the Great Plateau if you can help it. You just do the math.
This looks quite satisfying.
Let's do a damage up. You just do the math and you will definitely run out of weaponry before you can actually kill anything. It'll be interesting. Here we go.
Give me seconds.
I believe so.
For a second, I was wondering if damage up food even existed. Couldn't find it. Do. So Sapphire's heading out for the night. Hey, have a good night, Noah. Thank you for being here. Has it already been 3 hours? Oh my gosh. Yeah, for sure. If it's getting late, and it probably is, sleep well, okay? And I hope you have a good morning tomorrow. Time definitely flies when you're having fun. I actually am liking that mission with Mipha. I just wish, you know, I prepared more with her specifically. Loading screens are so sad now. I tried to dodge.
Watch this.
Here we go. Oh, hello.
I did it. Not good.
Sticks up behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. Nothing personnel, Koga. Banana. Sadly, the timing for... The perfect timing for dodging is not the same as the timing for the shield parry. I love that Link plays pretty much identically to Breath of the Wild. It's all these other characters I gotta get used to. Gotta keep an eye on my stress gauge. Master Koga almost full up, about to unleash his Kamehameha! And kaboom! I'm a firing my laser! Thank you, Lionels! Now there's an enemy I am fully equipped to fight. Nice predictable patterns. Big long windups. Only fight one of them at a time. Look at this consistent flurry rush 3 times in a row. I'm so high. These are some sneaky guardians. I just looked behind myself and oops, there's one. I think the thing that helps me not get attached to weapons in a game like Breath of the Wild is I know. Yeah, sure, a little bone skeleton arm with 12 attack, maybe the highest thing I have at the moment. But I know that number is going to be absolute beans next to the later game items, the later game weapons. And I'm preemptively making use I'm preemptively making room for those better weapons by using up the weaker ones. Huh. Why didn't I just get one of my lackeys to do this? Because you know, Koga, you do it best. Sorry for dragging you along, Koga, but hey, feels good to get the blood pumping, doesn't it? I didn't even know I had blood. I thought it meant that you had to have a heart. Alright, I would have absorbed seals, but it looks like I was in the middle of fighting a Lionel.
No, not quite.
Ah, jeez. It's over. Not quite. Thank you for not throwing in the towel, Mipha. Witness me! You really have to know that's coming up.
Steel yourself. I am ready. It's time.
I know not everybody can, but I think as long as you can let go of the idea that losing any one weapon is bad, then Breath of the Wild is actually perfectly balanced to keep a constant flow of weapons coming. You never really will be without one. As long as you're not playing Master Mode.
I am ready.
I actually, the part that I'm most scared about
It's time.
when playing Master Mode is that I'll have really nothing, no options when it comes to fighting enemies in the very beginning.
Freeze. Heavy. Finally ready.
Like, I feel like the only way to get through the beginning of Master Mode is to make egregious use of the remote bombs. Because it's the only weapon resource that you have infinite of. So tired, must lie down. Man, all these other ones are so
Ooh,
easy.
Look at you.
With characters I've actually used before. Thanks for the help. We'll take it from here. The Master Koga Chronicles. I like to imagine he hired some of his lackeys to end up writing like memoirs about these events, framing Koga as the master, the protagonist, single-handedly taking down tens of thousands and thousands, hundreds of them, of the enemies. Just like the stories that Dynasty Warriors are based off of. But Koga being Koga, the Yiga clan being the Yiga, they write it in the form of a manga. A very, very hastily, scrappily drawn one. But you know what gives it that much charm? You know, it's like reading Mob Psycho 100 or One Punch Man, the original webcomic. Da da da. Da da da. Fasak.
Ah.
That's the other thing making me nostalgic for Breath of the Wild. Just hearing all these sound clips. Because they are the same ones from Breath of the Wild. What do I need? I need to kill bokoblins. It's so funny, I'm at a point in the game where I just have not killed enough. Kill bokoblins, keys, moblins, just generally kill more things. Increased hearts for all characters, that'll be nice. That'll be very nice. Oh, look at that, we got a Blood Moon on All Hyrule United. I am missing so many Korok seeds. I keep saying I'll get them off stream, but I just don't. We got some Unobo upgrades. +2 hearts. Cost Lionel trophies, Hinox trophies. I think I'll save those. Enough missions want those, and I'll probably save them. How am I doing on Terraco? I need 50. I only have 34. Let's try going for at least 40 by the end of the night. What'll get me there? Are they hiding submissions before I... oh no. Here's one. What is this? Hunting partners? Rivali and... what? Rivali and Hestu. An unlikely duo, but sure. Oh no, I have to use Daruk for that one. Not doing that one anytime soon. If I'm having that much trouble with the Mipha one, And I've actually used Mipha a couple of times. Nuh-uh. Oh, excuse me. Philo's also gotta head off. Thanks for streaming and have a good morning, day, evening, night. No problem, Twyla. It's good to see you again. Always is. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a good, you know, rest of your week. And maybe even a good rest of your year. Am I gonna be that guy? Am I gonna be that guy that, like, at the end of, right before winter break, I say, see you next year? Let's not kid ourselves. I was always that guy. Always. That's not a Tarot mission either. Maybe the chapter select will help me. Quests. Tarot. Tarot's return. Can't do that one yet. Oh, but it's not gonna... Okay. It's not gonna tell me which ones... Give me Tarot. I know there's a view for things on the Sheikah Slate registration. Like Tarot's return. Here we go. Let me just remove these extra ones. And I know exactly which ones require Tarot. Or give you Tarot. Guess I'm gonna have to do hunting partners. Because besides the Mipha and Daruk missions, yeah, those are the only 3. Well, gotta do it. Their level's looking a bit low. Mr. Harris Moment, how you doing? Welcome on in. Question for you. Thoughts on the ever-controversial Breath of the Wild weapon durability system. Definitely not something I originally expected from Zelda. But overall, I liked it. I liked it because I can let go of the idea that just because I've lost a weapon doesn't mean it's absolutely useless to ever get new ones or things like that. Because, you know, the use of a weapon is using it, getting hits out of it, having it do damage. If there's a finite amount, then, you know, like, think of it like a first-person shooter, right? Just because I end up using up all my bullets doesn't mean it's useless to get more bullets. No, you're getting a constant supply of bullets that you use to kill enemies to get more bullets. That just makes sense.
You!
Da-da. You don't mind it. You don't have a problem with it, because you can always get more. That's the thing. That's always been my thoughts. But the reason that system is so controversial is because even if it's just hard to think about, like, at the base level, if you feel bad about losing even one weapon, I'm gonna try to do something that'll get me more money. Still get me ancient cores, but I want to save those. I don't want to just farm Ega training. What is this? Miss Vibe Battle Pageant? Oh, wait a minute! Is that what I think that is? Look at that clear reward! So that's where that outfit's been hiding this whole time. Look at this. You're fighting all the girl characters. Well, okay. Who better than Link to face that mission? Hold on, let me put something nice on him. Heck yeah. This is my goal. Oh wait, do I have to fight Link? I'm not allowed to use Link in this one. You know, I bet he's a secret enemy. It doesn't show him on this list, but I can't select him, so he's got to be like the enemy. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Wait, Zelda. Huh? Huh? Zelda's an enemy, but I can use Zelda?
I will use this power for the good of all.
Sure. Maybe that's a glitch. Maybe that's an error. Maybe they meant to put Link, but they put Zelda instead. Okay, well. She's my best character. Oh, I can also use Urbosa. This is weird. I'm gonna go for a Bosa, because you know she's the winner of the beauty pageant. For sure. Dude, let's put her little classic outfit on. You see that crown? That means she's the queen. The new Samurai Jack game has a similar system, but in the end game you get a charm that makes all your weapons unbreakable. I think I would have been okay with, and maybe even preferred, even though I like the durability system, and for what it stands for. I would be okay if the Master Sword was straight up unbreakable, not this regenerating thing. Because it's the Master Sword. It's never been breakable in any other game. Why now? Like, at least give a story reason for it, but they don't. It's just, you know, gone for a while. Link loses worthiness after he's overused it for a little bit, you know. That's how it really do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Oh.
Ah! Beauty pageant, here we come! Give me a little bit of this, rupees plus here.
Start eating already.
And a little bit of... I can't eat the bread. Let's just do damage up then. Easy.
Not that bad.
Queen Mama. That's who she is. That's Miss Queen Mama to you, pal. You know, sometimes you just want to get crushed. And sometimes you're doing the crushing, baby. It's interesting that the Samurai Jack game has that. Like, for the past 3 years, I've been curious what games would learn various lessons from Breath of the Wild. But it seems like not really much have besides Ghost of Tsushima. And I really do want to play that. I just wish I had time. Can understand if for a new player it's frustrating. Can understand if people hate it. After playing for a bit, you think you just stop caring. That's the crux of it, I think. Whether or not you're a person that can stop caring. I was just talking about this earlier, Harish, before you came in. There's a streamer that I kind of watch. How about a little friendly competition to divert ourselves? Let us see who's the mightiest Vi. That is exactly the type of pageant they would have.
It's time.
Oh yeah. In the Gerudo City. Let's not kid ourselves. I love this. I love this flavor. I love this.
I'll freeze you out.
This idea that this is something they just do. Gladiatorial battles in the middle of the town square. And call it a beauty pageant? Heck yeah. I'm all for it. Bringing a whole new meaning to Slay Queen.
Freeze you out.
Nice ice.
I'll freeze you out.
What? Alright, okay. She's a crafty one. Dodging all of my ice.
I'll freeze you out.
Will it hit this time? Please and thank you. How many rounds do I have? Oh, I'm full. Good. Beauty pageant time.
Not on your side.
Bug. You just woke up? Well, good morning to you. Master Sword breaking a little. Whoa! Never mind. I think we got a serious contender here. I'm the Great Fairy Terra, eldest of the Four Sisters. You know what I want to set up? I want to set up an Elgato Stream Deck. Like, on my controller. Like, add those back paddles that they have on the Steam controller. Oh wow, that was fast. Defeat Riju? Oh no! I might create a time paradox or something. Nah, it won't. She's my descendant. I am Mipha, Princess of the Zora. Uh-oh, they're coming to at once. You got the twin cuties coming at you. The Miss Vi contenders. I'm doing good. Mostly. We're in the post game right now, and let me telling you, it gets kind of hard. I think the hardest thing about this game right now is if you don't min-max your characters, if you don't learn how to use every one of your characters, basically, if you don't train them up, there will be missions that force you to use certain ones, and you just won't be able to. Ooh. You just won't be able to compete. Oh, you know what? I understand how this works now. I couldn't use Link because I had to use one of the characters in the pageant. This makes sense now. How can I defeat the power of a goddess? That's the secret. Urbosa already was one. What's on the docket for today for you, Harish? Oof, I just killed the Princess of Hyrule. Your strength is awe-inspiring, Urbosa. Please, teach me. There he is! I mean, she. There she is! The most beautiful Vi in all of the desert. There she is! With a sword that can slice and make you hurt. There she is. I'm coming up with a Miss Vi pageant theme song. You like it? You like it? The beauty of a Vi, don't ask why. Transcendent and clean, if you know what I mean. Pretty good. Ooh.
I'll freeze you out.
See, this is the kind of mission I like. One-on-one, completely fair. And by fair, I mean they all dying. Really, they didn't stand a chance.
I'll freeze you out.
Once they saw who they were up against, like no chance. Like I'm the queen. I am the queen of this town. I literally run the place. How is it not automatically rigged in my favor? It's like vote for your leader, or else you get excommunicated from Gerudo City. Oh, oh! Flurry Rush works too. I wasn't even trying. Just had that feeling.
I'll freeze you out.
Just had that feeling. Alright, we're talking about Mipha having the worst bombs. Urbosa seems to have the worst Cryonis. It doesn't... Like, other characters will have a Cryonis that tries to either lock on to the enemy or protects the area around you. For Link, it like spawns right under you. Urbosa's like a very specific area it spawns in, and it just does not always work. Oh look, half-time limit remaining. Oh, he's falling up the stairs. In sandals, that's gotta hurt. You ever trip down the stairs in sandals? In slippers? In chinelas? In chanclas? Does not feel good on your ankles, dude. It seems I have prevailed. Sorry, Link. You tried. I voted for you. Wonderful. There you go. Ooh, I think I have too many weapons. Yeah. Still some of them extras. Nothing's high value, though. I'ma go... Honestly, the battle experience ones, I don't need them. Because at this rate, it's better to, like, level up one character specifically and then use the training center to make everybody else catch up. It's the only real way without doing, like, a ton of grinding. to get everybody to a certain level fast. Look at this, beautiful. Link's gonna be the prettiest girl at prom. All the fellas are gonna ask Link out. And Link will take all of the dates. Because how can Link refuse? Beautiful. Well, you know we're putting that on right now. Immediately. Right now, right now. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ooh, ee, hey, ooh. Ooh, ah, ee, hey, ooh. One of these. Oh my. Ma'am. Ma'am, make yourself decent. Oh no, not like that. Alright, put on the full set. Would you look at that? Slay Queen! Slay Queen! Da-da-da. Ba-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. What's the recommended level? 58? I think I can buy into those guys. Their levels. I'm pretty much just gonna use Rivali, so let me get at least him. Yeah, I can afford that. I think Hestu is okay where he is, 54. I'm gonna save my money. It was only 1,000 though. We'll get him up one level. Just one. Yeah. Alright, let's say this is the last one for the night. Is it the rhythm of the night? Wait, I need to be 58. I can number. Yo really is the universal greeting. No matter what country of the world, no matter whether you're in Hyrule or Highlander, you're in Scotland. Everyone understands it. Yo there! Yo! That's what the Scotsman says in Samurai Jack, right? That one for sure is voiced by John DiMaggio. 75, that is a lot. The beginning of Cyberpunk, I thought for sure Jackie was voiced by John DiMaggio. He's actually not. Sounds very similar though. I forget who the actual actor is. If I ever do stream the rest of Cyberpunk, I'll try to correctly credit. Bokoblins have stolen important materials and fled into the woods. Rivali has decided to pursue them along with Hestu, whose knowledge of the woods should be helpful. Alright. Dubious food.
You call this food?
We'll just go with these.
Surprising.
Money! Gosh, grab it while you can, lads. Where? Rolls. Burning. So I was watching one of those, it's called the Command Zone. It's a Magic the Gathering channel where they record themselves playing multiplayer games of Commander, of course. All you really need to know is today they put out an episode that was holiday themed, Christmas themed, and each one of them built a deck around specific Christmassy themes and songs. One person, she built a deck around Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree.
Shalaka! The monsters ran off and hid in the forest!
Unacceptable!
Utter nonsense! They stole precious resources! We can't let them get away with this! Hestu made me think about that. She made a deck around trees, so every creature in her deck was just a tree monster, tree folk, Ents and whatnot. So they're hiding in the forest. What a nuisance! Spotting them from the sky is out of the question. So you just think a bunch of living trees coming at you. Just imagine they're all decorated with ornaments and tinsel and whatnot. Smacking you in the face.
What?
What would they do for Christmas in Hyrule? Just decorate Hestu? What? A gate is closed. Don't kick me. See if I can remember how to use Rivali.
Be still.
It's so nice that you can use your Sheikah Slate from the air.
Take this.
We point. Yeah, we got this. Defeat the Bokoblin before they escape. Oh, they're going. Look at that point on the map. It's moving. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Speedy speed bird, flying as fast as... Look at this. I think this is the first time you're allowed to get back into the Deku Tree area ever since the mission where you get the Master Sword. Oh man, the Deku Tree is missing out. He has no idea that history has changed. Is that what he really did in the original timeline? Because before you know then.
Watch and learn.
Just sleeping? Who is he to tell Link of the story of what happened 100 years ago? He wasn't even awake for it. Magic the Gathering. Maybe if he didn't play Magic, maybe you could actually gather some friends. I mean, why are you kidding? It's true though. Look, all I'm doing is repelling other people so that it's easier to stay safe in these times, you know? This is my strategy. Just be a natural person to repel it. Another one of the decks they built on today's episode was somebody made a deck around Grandma got run over by a reindeer. So he found every creature in the game that had to do with like elks and caribou and grandmas. One of the cards is called the Jeskai Elder. Basically a kung fu grandma. I think it might be like the only old lady card in the game. Like that's clearly a grandma. And part of his theme was like, there's a card type called a vehicle in Magic where you can put creatures inside and they just like drive it. It's hard to explain, but it's basically what's happening. Except the vehicle he chose was a submarine. I don't know if he had better cards or that's so he's just trying to be funny. Turns out, Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Not like pulling a sleigh, but manning a submarine under the water. What was Grandma doing? Having a little late night swim, apparently. No, I don't blame her. Who doesn't want to go swimming in the middle of winter? Nice one, Kuga, by the way. There were two more decks. One of them was White Christmas. So they just built a white colored deck in Magic. It's nothing too special. But he did like play a move where he summoned like 5 angels in one turn. They were Christmas angels. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn. Bah! Beating your face in. Got him. Bokoblins preparing to escape. Well, I'm coming. I'm almost there.
Watch and learn.
Christmas Angels Pog.
You stand a chance.
The last one. It was a 4-player game. That's my dream, to someday have enough players for a 4-player game of Magic. You know, even if I have... Ooh. Okay, gotta ignore all these guardians. Stop! Bokoblin! It's just one Bokoblin. I need to catch him. I need to dodge. Oh! I'm not dodging very well. I'm a roast chicken. Wait, I have to fight these? I see him, dude. Look at him go. Oh, I think I made a mistake. I made a grievous error. You know what, though?
Get another.
Hestu is still at the beginning. He can take care of the ones I passed by. Bookable escape. Don't! Whoa! Whoa! What is Hestu's weapon? It does so much damage. Yeah. Whoa! Why is Hestu really good? Wait a minute. Whoa! Whoa! I didn't even upgrade his weapon or anything. What does he have on him? It's not even that good. 49? What the heck? Huh? Alright, so Hestu's a Guardian Killer, I guess. Yeah, sure, I'll take that. It's what I need right now. Naruto, run! You're glad Hestu is in this because you're bad with Rivali. I'm glad Hestu is in this because apparently he beats Face. With the beat of his song. With his shakalaka maraca. That attack right on ya. And he escaped. What? Pathetic. I'm mortified. The one thing that could take down Rivali. A direct attack on his pride. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Shaka, 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 laka, shak. Shaka, 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 laka, shak. Shaka, 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 laka, even when it's not in stagger, it does so much damage. Hestu's a strong blade. You've said it all along. I'm sorry for doubting you, Thank Twig. But who better, of course, who better to know the strength of the trees? You are the true Lorax. Step aside, Danny DeVito. No, Chris, what's up? Happy holidays to you. Nice little Christmassy toad. How you doing? What better way to celebrate than with a Christmas tree? Hestu's here to provide those season's beatings. Oh! Oh! Shaka, 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 shaka. How's it going? How you been? How's your day? What's up? Well, how's it going? Welcome to Escape. Well, I'm trying my best. Gotta make... Even though I'm just absolutely wrecking with Hestu, I do need to also use my... use my rods. Is it snowing? It does not snow in California. No, no. Never, don't know the meaning of the word. Doesn't happen. There's like a mountain nearby called Big Bear Mountain. If anybody now around here wants to ever see snow, that's where you go. Where am I? Oh, the Bokoblins escaped! I don't know if I've got enough time to do this anymore. I know the secret. I am Twig. I speak for the trees. Don't leave. Oh. Oh. One more college try. But I think this is one of those cases where even being optimal, I don't have enough time right now. This is another timed one. I just don't have a liberty of seeing an actual timer. I just have to judge it based on the distance of those two dots. Is it cold? To me, it's cold. But if I say the temperature, people are gonna laugh. People would, places that actually have weather. That actually have weather. Like, it is, to me, it's freezing cold when I wake up and it's 40 degrees Celsius. But that's literally the coldest it will ever get. That's the coldest I've ever seen it. The one day, like a couple of years ago, where it reached 39, I thought it was like the end of the world. It's that rare of an occurrence. Lock on. Lock on. On average, I say these days I wake up and it's like 55 degrees on average. Like that's just a breezy day in most places. I have a feeling as soon as I beat this last Guardian, these last two Guardians, then Rivali can just make a mad dash. No, it's not enough. Even with rods, there's no way. I'm gonna have to restart it. $39 Celsius. Yeah, I know. We use freedom metrics over here. F for freedom. Fahrenheit. Even though Celsius does make it a lot easier in a lot of places. 39 is hot. Isn't that like above body temperature? I'm gonna restart. Let's go.
Shalaka!
No dilly dally shilly shally. Ow.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. 39 almost cold enough for snow. I've said the closest to seeing snow and or ice in just like the normal part of LA. The one day it was that 39 degrees and I happened to see a puddle behind the physics building at school. Not even frozen, just a little slushy. Just a little slushy. And that was wild to me. Be still, my beating heart.
Hey, you're finished.
Rivali already making a mad dash. Come on, tree, pick up your roots. Did I say what the last deck was about? By the way, I did not. The last Magic the Gathering deck. It was pretty interesting. His theme was all about giving. So he actually made a deck that could give other people resources.
Yet another victory.
But then giving people resources in this case would be bad. Because he picked a commander that says, whenever people have extra mana, it would damage them. So he's all about just like giving people extra mana all the time. Like, hope you got something to use this with. And then he did. And then the other players did. So his plan kind of backfired. He ended up killing himself and everybody. Basically everybody at the same time. Because somebody used an effect that said, set everybody on the table's life total to like single digit. That ended the game really fast. He started with 40 life in Commander, as opposed to the 20 of a normal game. And so somebody just made an effect that lowers that down to like 6 or 9 for everybody. Nice. It was interesting how that came about. It was like a last-ditch effort, like, hey, if you help me do this cool thing, I promise it'll benefit everybody. It'll even out the game, right? So they obliged, like, you know what? I seem to be falling behind. Let's make things even. His idea of even was just set everybody to like 9 HP.
That's not even!
Especially because it didn't actually help. It didn't actually help try to hinder the guy who was winning at the time. The guy with the 4 angels on the field. His idea was like, okay, if you've got him down to single-digit health, he's easy to just pick off, right? Like, no, if everybody's at single-digit health, then he's still the biggest threat, and now he can instantly kill anybody he wants, so thank you. Thank you, Josh. Great stratagems. His name is Josh, by the way. He was also the guy running the grandma got run over by a reindeer deck, so you know he wasn't really playing that seriously that game.
Yet another victory.
They should have made it the Grinch deck. Yeah, I would love, that would be cool. That's a good idea. Oh man, I'm stealing, can I steal that? If I ever need to make a Christmas deck, just steal Christmas. Ah! Steal their stuff, make them all green. Well, you gotta be in green, heck yeah.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. And something crocodile, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a
39.5 foot pole. Let's take out Hestu. Do 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 do. Kill this guardian real quick. Ratata. We'll have Computer Rivali take care of the moblin. That's really the hindering factor here. Even if I take out the moblin myself, the guardian in the back shooting lasers is a big problem. Fine, fine. Look, in the air, 5 Ys, and then the strong attack. It's probably like Rivali's strongest move. Bada bing, bada boom, bada ba. Bokoblin, get over here. I think I'm doing better? I can't tell.
Take this. Get another.
Alright, Hestu. We're all counting on you. Yep. Hestu's really good. You'll send him on targets on one side of the field. When you switch back, he's already got them to half health. I don't pay too much attention to like what the characters do when they're being controlled by AI. I just assume they're not really doing anything. But I guess Hestu's really got it. Man, I should have given Hestu a bit more of a chance. Imagine how much he'd be slaying right now if I doubled him up. Now I regret it. I think this is my best chance. I think I'm in a better spot than usual. Usually by the time I'm done with this Guardian, Bokoblin's like already at the end. Yeah. Hestu's so big. Even if I dodge, it still gets hit. Is this it?
My way.
Is this the Bokoblin? Yes, it is. Woo! I was a little scared there because I was knocking him into the goal. Ooh. Like, there he is. There's the thief. Don't worry, guys. I got this. Fires a single bomb arrow, launching him far, far away with the goods in tow. Rivali, you ass. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was worried. Well, that's weird. The gate, how was Rivali already that far? Did I really not? I did notice that Rivali seemed to be past that gate. I thought there was a gate. Oh. Would you look at that? Well, I defeated the Guardians anyway. It's all good. Have I thought about the new Breath of the Wild, Legend of Ubisoft, Breath of the Greeks? Oh yeah, that one. What the? What? These maracas are... Hestu, drop those! Those are unsanitary! One contains a large number of seeds and a single shake makes all the Koroks in the woods burst into dance. Gross. You are gross. Wow. It looked pretty cool. And honestly, as much as Ubisoft's open world games are pretty samey, like, ironically, that's the kind of open world game I'm not really into. If it's really just a checklist, things are in the world for the sake of being missions that could really take place anywhere, and there's not really that much charm to any one location. I love Breath of the Wild because every area told a different story, and it made me want to explore it. Like, oh, what's in this tree? What's down this hole? What's on the other side of this swamp? What's, like, on top of this mountain? And there's always something, even if it is just a Korok. There's always something. Maybe, like, a mini game where you have to, like, do some snowballing. Maybe a woman that's trying to plant flowers around a shrine and gets really angry if you step on him. There's always something weird and neat to find. Again, probably also the reason I like Yakuza so much. Just everywhere you go, there's something weird and interesting and new. And not just the 5th exact same mission where you have to collect a carrot or something. As much as Ubisoft games are pretty samey, I do trust them to make solid games. And if they're making one that draws a lot of inspiration from Breath of the Wild, then, you know, maybe I'll like it more than their other games. I did really want to like Watch Dogs. It just, you know, made a lot of promises that really did not. That really were just a bunch of lies. Royal investigation. Oh, what's this? Troubling reports of something deep within the Temple of Time. Princess Zelda seeks out to personally investigate. How are we doing on time? I don't... I'm gonna try this one. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Because it's just a little Zelda mission. And at least Zelda I'm good with. And have decent weaponry with. So let's try. Let's try. Da-da-da. Extra Guardian Pots. Yeah, there you go. 39 Celsius, no Fahrenheit. Which is really cold. Just not freezing. Never freezing. The day that California freezes over is the day that California freezes over. So basically the day that hell freezes over. Money, money, money.
Delicious. Yum.
Did Zelda just react to her own... Normally when you have two characters, they say something like, oh man, this tastes great. Yeah, I agree. Zelda's like, looks delicious. Yum. She responded to her own comment. There you go, Zelda. On the perfect path to becoming a Twitch streamer. Shika.tv. That's the streaming website. Pura founded it. She created the entire infrastructure herself. Turns out the ancient Sheikah were really into Let's Plays. Phoenix Rising, that's the name of the game. You're hesitant about it, the fact that right out of the gate they're selling a $100 version, not saying what the extra $40 was for. Season Pass and DLC, what's in it? Dunno. That's the thing that makes me not want to pre-order Ubisoft and EA games. It is now just a given that there's this... Like, that's their model now. We were supposed to investigate the ruins here, but the monsters... Then, let's eradicate them. After the outposts. That's the business model for certain AAA companies now. That's how they get around complaints that, oh, I'll never buy a game that's past the $60 MSRP. Inflation in my video game prices? Closer than you think. They offer a $60 version, but it's missing content that $100, that this $90, $100 quote-unquote collector edition has. They say you call it a collector edition, but it's also $100 when it's digital. The extra content's digital. The edition is digital. How do you collect a digital game? You don't! You can't, like, sell it off later. There's nothing to collect. And here, too, we have to show just how resilient we truly are. Fire Lionel. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Boom. Oops, I dodged into the attack. My power! You're willing to pay for DLC if you know what it is and you think it's worth it. Charging 40 without saying... Exactly. It's gotten to the point where that's... To them, that... It doesn't seem weird, because, you know, everybody's charging for a collector's edition. What did not even say what it's for? They've lost touch. They've lost touch with consumers. It sucks. And I'm protesting in my own way by not... I'm not gonna not buy Ubisoft games, but I've pretty much not bought a Ubisoft game on purpose unless I really feel like it's worth it. And not really any games have felt like they're worth it. I will, however, buy the Scott Pilgrim re-release, because I feel like buying it sends the message that it is worth it to get a more permanent license for things like that. Show that there is a base, and maybe even a desire for a physical version of that game. I like that game. I'm not like a super big fan of beat-em-ups. I know it may not be the best, but it was just so fun. I heard that Brian Lee O'Malley, the creator of Scott Pilgrim, started some rumors that they might actually be making a physical version. It's not his call, of course. Like, that's up to Ubisoft. What a relief. But heck, I'd love it. Yeah, it's clearly not gonna be worth it. I'd say like, don't pre-order games. Unless there's something you really, really want. Unless you really, really want to play it on the first day. Even then, ask yourself, what is the benefit to playing this, like buying it before the first day, versus just buying it when you're ready to play it? Like, unless there's some sort of sale. Unless there's some sort of sale, or if the pre-order content you feel is really actually worth it. Is it bad? Is it bad that instead of Ice Lionel, I read this as Lice It, something I can't say on Twitch?
I will fight for Hyrule.
It must be getting late. It must be. Just fill in that blank yourself. Lice It. No. Zelda, get on the ground. Woo! How did I dodge that? Look, girl, just because you can float like 3 inches above the ground, you got your real David Copperfield going on. You don't have to show it off every minute. Yo! It is just not worth it. When it's the freeze. What is happening? Zelda, on the ground. Or in the sky. Ooh. It's hard to know what state... Wait, I gotta kill this inside the outpost. Come on over, baby. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. How are you not staggered yet? Okay. Was made in under a year. What, Phoenix Rising? You pre-order from GameStop because you don't have to pay it off right away. Only sometimes that's the only way to afford new games. That's fair. That's fair. Do you only get that with a pre-order? Like, you can't even buy new releases that way? If so, that's fair. but definitely it's worth it to do your research in that case, especially for games like Cyberpunk that just released, even if it's from a company that historically has been good about like making finished games, being transparent and everything. Even then, even CD Projekt Red, who I thought would just never succumb to that crunch and whatnot. It's just sad. As always, just gotta vote with your wallet.
I will fight for Hyrule.
Oh, you mean the Scott Pilgrim game? Oh yeah, there's like an interesting, like, big old thing about the development history of that game, and I've got a minute to kill this Lionel. I think I can do it. It's gotta make use of fire. Yes, 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 yes! Zelda, no, the Lionel, the Lionel! You're wasting your time with little enemies. Yeah, like supposedly they had like a little over a year in development time, but really, it really was like 6 months. Because they handed off development to another company who somehow performed magic and built it all in that time. Big kudos to them. Honestly. Dang it! I can't afford to wait. I should have flurry rushed. That was my only chance. 5 seconds? Come on, come on, come on! Kill it! No! Ah! It came down to that. The freeze always comes out just a moment too slow. Either that or I'm just too slow. It's because of where Zelda spawns the freeze. It's always right behind him. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. We can't lose any time.
Angie.
Not like this.
The answer, not talking. Not actually, not talking.
Thank you for the bits, Dusty Koga. Da-da-da. I'm not playing the same game as you, Zeb. Well, I don't know. Maybe you have good taste in games? Then again, I know I don't, so maybe this game's terrible. Oh no! Perish the thought. Was the first one always nice, Lionel? He's definitely not a nice Lionel, that's for sure. How you doing, Zeb? We're talking about Ubisoft games and how you shouldn't pre-order them. It's fine, do what you want, but definitely in this age where companies are trying to get basically as much profit out of the game before the game even comes out, you just cannot normalize that as a process. Pre-orders are just the new normal. At least, you know, with stuff like GameStop having their layaway plan, there is a reason to get it early. But in general, like, all that day one content, the day one edition is still gotta be on shelves for a little bit. You don't need to hurry. You have $50 a month to spend on what you want. Sometimes you don't, and all of it, stuff comes up fair. Yeah, that is interesting. Well, I trust you. I trust you, thankfully, to spend your money wisely. Evans knows I don't. But, you know, I've got enough to live comfortably. Zeb's doing Gucci. Trying to unlock everything in the game. Very nice, very nice. Where are you at? Are we in similar places? I'm in the post game. Just trying to take care of the Humpty Dumpties, if you know what I mean. Bringing all the pieces back together again. All the king's horses and all the king's men. But instead, we're sending the princess. Just die. Just die, Lionel. Ice the meteor. It's wild to me that Zelda literally says die. Like, she can't be saying anything else, right? So violent. Oh, yo. Fire, fire. As much as possible, I'm going to try to save my special gauge. I'm definitely getting a lot more than I was before. Light Mage 816, thanks for the link. I'm going crazy, but you guys already knew that. I had so many doubts when people originally said that they actually used Zelda in this game. I'm like, she's okay. It's cool that she has like the Sheikah Slate and everything. Like, Bo! I get it, I understand now. I'm doing way better in time this time, by the way. Fire Lionel's already 2/3 dead. Stop! Hee. Down, boy! Here we go! Weak point! And 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to get the last one. Oh, wait, they didn't kill it. There. Okay, I just have to know when he does that thing where he rears up on his hind legs, he's gonna use the charge. He's gonna need some ice. And that'll make me feel nice. I'm really tempted to just use the special and finish him off. What this? That was way faster. What happened? How did I spend so much time the first time? Do 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 do. I'm hoping this is the right way. Maybe I just spent so much time getting to the last area. Wait a minute, I gotta zoom in on this map, because this doesn't make sense to me. There is a path there. It shouldn't take this long. Oh, it's the one that's all the way up on top. Like, I don't remember going around that time. Yo, yo, yo. Yup. Use Zelda with a slate. It's doable. And using your combos. Like, I see a reason. I don't get in here. I see a reason for that. And that's how the random, like, Cryonis, Stasis, whatever. The Lionel's really just waiting outside? What's it doing? It won't count as an outpost kill if I... Why are you out here? Leading him in! Leading him in! It doesn't count as an outpost kill if I kill him outside. I made that mistake before, and it just took so much more time. There, good, he's inside now. He knows the strats, he's running out the timer. Oh, this one doesn't do the rear thing, that's why. Didn't recognize... Okay, it's the same animation as when he just normally charges. That's a problem. I really have to watch closely then. The stairs were blocked in the story, so that threw you off too. Right. So this is the all-important Temple of Time. Temple of Time. Timera! Western developers are weird. You don't see that problem. You don't see that problem with Japanese games, just Western games. It's all about the bottom line. But yes, companies are made to make money. You can have fun doing so. I mean, there's a little bit of that. It's just that I feel like Japanese companies would rather like protect their reputation first and take that loss, but they do care a lot about those losses in a lot of cases. Like, for example, where Square Enix, they said that like that Hitman reboot and Tomb Raider reboot, they said those were like financial failures, even though they sold like 1 million copies when they really projected like 3 to 5 million. Like, even though they were wildly successful, like way more than a lot of other games, because they were not super duper awesome, wildly mega super fudge coated, wildly successful, it was a loss. Wait, I'm still going.
We can't hold out any longer.
I thought it was done. At least there's no more time limit. Malice Lynels. I thought that said mechanical Lynels. Where are they? Hurry to the 8 at once. Oh, even higher up. Oh, that's the Temple of Time. Oops. Yeah, oh yeah, because in the story... Oh, jeez. Because in the story, we have to fight these... we have to go like around to the Shrine of Resurrection to get to the Temple of Time. Right. I feel like I should have saved all my rods until now.
It's over.
Ooh. Okay. Archmage, what's up? Get him! Thank you! I'm trying! Oh, yo! I can handle one Lionel, but 2 at once. I have to start, like,
I will fight for Hyrule.
making sure I can dodge even the one I'm not targeting at the moment. Funny, when I don't pay too much attention, I know the other Lionel is spitting hot fire. When I don't pay too much attention, it looks like it's the Malice Lionel. The top says just like Michael. That's his name. Michael the Lionel. Even when I react faster than usual, just not enough. Here we go. Burn, baby, burn! Disco Inferno! This mission is good for vinyl farming. Good. I've been meaning to find a weapon for that. I've been meaning to find a mission for that. Why did I say weapon? Michael Lionel, let's go. All right, buddies, calm down. Playing with Pokemon Randomizer. I love Pokemon Randomizer stuff. I don't really play them myself. See what happened? Because at this point, I'm conditioned when I see something about to do the ice. I have to do it as soon as possible or it won't count. Where am I? Oh. Hello? I ended up casting freeze when I really should have done bomb. Alright, that one's done. And all I gotta do is all I gotta do is not let this one kill me. I can handle one. It's good. There's 5 Lionels. Perfect. It always feels like all the other missions with Lionels, you only ever fight 1, maybe 2. Either that, or it's like a grandiose battle where you're fighting 3 Lionels, but also 3 Hinoxes spread out across 3 outposts. This one's just 4 buildings. Get them all one by one. Get out of here. Okay. Yep. This has got to be it. I missed the dodge. It's okay. Got a little bit of health left. Bombs. Yes, this is it. If this doesn't get him, I've got special. There's no way he's surviving. Please. 4 angels! It took time and perseverance, but we did it. Now then, let's proceed with the investigation. It took time, Zelda. It took time. You limited yourself. There was no time. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Woo-wee. Pretty good. Oh, there's all the weapons. Yeah, let's just sell whatever. These are some good weapons, though. If you look at them, you get like plus 12, plus 20. That is so tempting. Plus 20% healing. Oh, look, a Mass Koshi weapon. Have not really used them since I unlocked the Great Fairy. Taroko component. Yeah. People came out with a randomizer for Gen 6 and 7. No way! For the 3DS games. I'm curious. I've got a streaming 3DS, but I don't think I'd use it for anything besides Pokemon anymore. Because sadly, the USB cable, the USB port has gotten loose. So if I try to play anything where I have to move the 3DS around for motion controls or any sort of action game, I'm going to end up jiggling the USB port in a bad way and it's going to disconnect. And it just sucks. Discount, please.
You're rather good at this.
Your gifts put some pep back in the guard steps, so they're keeping the Dig Dog suspension bridge safe. The merchants are no longer refusing to travel across it. Great news! Wow, just a little bribe. How about the guards do their job? Jeez. You have a friend that wanted to reverse the type chart? That's gonna screw with people's minds. I can barely remember the regular type chart, and I've been playing Pokemon since Gen 1. Nice. Have I considered Citra? I've used it. I've used it for streaming before. Like, it works. I've used it for streaming Majora's Mask 3DS, and if I ever play Ocarina of Time, I'll probably play that version too. And it works great with those games. I know Drewby's used it for Link Between Worlds, and it worked mostly okay. Like, the game itself ran fine, but certain cutscenes kind of slowed down. But it's okay because it was only really in the cutscenes. But my point is, if I use it just for Pokemon, I can leave it on the table and just kind of use the touch controls and never have to move it. And then I can be pretty confident it'll never mess up. And I could use Citra, because again, it's an RPG. So it doesn't have to run full speed all the time. I just like how, by using an actual 3DS, it is guaranteed to just run fine. It's also really hard to get a streaming 3DS at this point. So, you know. Let's upgrade Mipha's weapons. I don't think I'll make one more attempt. It's already past 4 hours. But let me just make sure I'm in a good place to maybe attempt it off stream. Maybe even just do it off stream. And if I don't, then I can do it next time. Oh yeah. Let's do Blacksmith Guild. One more? Maybe not. Maybe. Let's okay, how about this? Let's beef up Mipha. Beef up Mipha as much as we can. And then see if we can make one more attempt. Like, absolutely overpower her. If we can. Attack range. Special attack charge rate. Special attack damage. I kind of want to do special attack charge rate on Mipha. I just don't have enough good weapons to make that happen. Alright, let's do the +8, then put in the level 6 weapon so that it all just kind of filters in. Like the strongest weapon ever. Look at that, 60? Yeah. Oh, I finally for once have the money to do this. Yes! Very good! Get your kicks on Route 66. Or I can play Yokai Watch, that too. Dragon is weak to dragon. Oh no, it's reversed. The randomized type chart can carry over to Wi-Fi battles. Oh, that's weird. What happens if you... I guess it would just desync if you tried to battle against a version that wasn't using the same types. Oh, that's weird. Ooh! I can stack the special attack ups. But what I actually want to do is put on special attack charge rate, because the more she does her special attack, the more she heals. There we go. There we go. And let's if we can just eke out one more level out of her weapon. There we go. Yes. Oh, I didn't know Pokemon. I didn't know Pokemon use a host in Wi-Fi. It uses the host as a base. So even if it's a modded file, that's interesting. Yeah. I really do miss. That's the one feature I miss out of Gen 8. The one feature. Out of all the things I miss from Gen 8, from Gen 6 and 7, and even 4 and 5, just the ability to control the battles from a touchscreen and not having to use like an actual menu. That was so nice. So nice. I wish that when you were playing the Switch in handheld mode, at the very least, you could play Pokemon Sword and Shield with the touchscreen. Alright, Mipha. We are gonna pump you up. 66. I'm 100 rupees short. We will sell one weapon. Yo! Da, da. Yeah, if you could just, like, tell me the name. Like, don't push the link in chat, because the bot's gonna delete it. If you could just tell me a name of what randomizer you're using, I can look it up later. I promise I will try not to forget. I can't promise that I won't forget, because I am me. I am thou, and thou art I. I am a shadow, the true self. I'm you, Snake. I'm your shadow. Liquid. Can you tell I like Metal Gear? I was inspired by watching Brad do a speedrun of Metal Gear. I wish the golden poops would give you like a million rupees. That gold, come on. Da 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 da. That's enough. Mipha, Mipha. Buff fish. Say it with me. Buff fish. Could you imagine if Mipha just looked like Sidon? Okay, maybe I shouldn't imagine that, but maybe people want to imagine that. That's up to you. That's completely on you. Get into those weird hours. Those weird hours of the night. Alright, Mipha. You've prepared your entire life for this. I'm not even gonna care. I'm not even gonna care how much money you get. I'm gonna go for pure damage up. I need to get peppers and meat. Liquid! Liquid, you say? Brother! It's been too... Oh, you're right. I cannot buy anything. What if I sell like a diamond? Can I do that? Gemstones. Just one diamond. Just give me that 500 rupees. Oh, wait, I didn't... I didn't want to sell them all. Well, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I can rebuy diamonds when I get money later. It's an investment. That was just a horrible investment. Huh. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right about now. Don't sell your jewelry while you're half asleep. It's inadvisable. Anyway. I've sold my entire... I'm limited off of food stamps. I sold all my jewelry, all my valuables. I cashed out just so I could afford some meat. I don't even know if anybody's selling meat right now. But it's worth it. I need to live.
Hi.
How? Ah. Rough Gem, what's up? You are here. Ah, welcome to here. We're gonna make one more attempt. This mission has been kind of kicking our butt. And I'm gonna try to reverse things on him. Gyakuten! Damage plus 10. Recover health every 10 seconds. Well, no. That doesn't matter. I haven't really been dying. I died a couple of times. I just need more damage output. I just need to take care of enemies faster. That's the thing. Shikaru damage, maybe. All stats up. All stats up. Probably pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna go plus 5% on all stats, max health minus 10. And then one more damage up. Yeah.
Delicious.
This'll do it. I'm gonna be a speedy fish. See, because my stats are up overall, I'll also get higher speed. And higher defense will probably also mitigate the health loss. You hate this level. Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people tonight. This one's pretty infamous. I went in here with like the bare minimum. Level 57 Mipha, 58 maybe. A weapon I barely upgraded. It was still like 40 power. I got really close to beating the last Guardian, the Malice Guardian. But we found ourselves in a pretty sticky situation. The very last Guardian Scout caught itself on a gate on the east middle side of the map. And I had 2 minutes left. If they were close to each other, I probably would have been able to take them out at the same time. But because the game had put a checkpoint exactly where I was in the middle of the two, the only thing I could do was spend the time walking to one of them, kill it, then traverse all the way across to the other one and kill that one too. It was pretty bad. But, oh, look at this. I've got a way better weapon now. It's almost twice as powerful. Oh, yeah, I've got this one in the bag this time. Can you put your money where your mouth is? Well, you know, with as much money as I put into Mipha right now, I better have. And then stasis. All right, you can tell how much trauma I've gotten from these guys. Now I know exactly what they're gonna do. Just a matter of me acting on them. Heck yeah. Da, da. You saw that was happening. Yep, that was pretty instantaneous in my part. It's just money. Like, whatever. You can buy diamonds anytime. You can farm diamonds. At least I didn't do something like sell Lionel trophies. What's a harder enemy to, like, farm? Guardian trophies? Do they even have trophies? Oh, I thought diving into the water would have protected me from that. Sure wish I had a parry right about now. This might be a good... Oh, no! I'm not going into... Never mind. Sorry, Mipha, you just wasted all that food. I'm not going into this mission without any staves. Without any rods. I know you get a little bit, like the Electric Guardian will give you some uses of Electric Rod. I want to go in with full stats, full rods. Definitely one of those missions that really teaches you, you know? Dusty Cougar, thanks for the hydrate. I need it. What's a good mission for farming rods? Because at first glance, you'd think it'd be... There's a wizard one over here somewhere. It's somewhere. Here. You'd think it'd be this one, because main enemies, all the Wizros, but it's just really long. You just use that one? Yeah, okay. Who's my best character right now? Esty was doing some damage. Highest level right now is Link. Yeah, let's use him. I got a pretty good strategy for dealing with Wizrobes as Link. As long as I use his second or fourth strong attack, he'll jump into the air, and that'll get Wizrobes right as they're, don't even need to cook. That'll get the Wizrobes while they're teleporting into the air, maybe doing their bomb thing. It even counts as weak point hits. Da 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 ba da 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 da. Can we finish that level before the 5-hour mark? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Let's go. Just gotta do a little bit of preparation. Master Koga, you say? Master Koga. Oh, Da da da. They all drop rod ammo. That's all I need, yeah. I just want it to be like an area where I can farm them and then just leave. You know, like the top secret area in Mario World. There you go. And that's one a kill. Switch to the other wizrobe. Gotta do this efficiently. I'm setting up a whole lot of hurt. Egg. Mr. Bratterfield, welcome on in. Thankfully we're in a spoiler-free area. Yeah, how you doing, man? We're in the post-game right now, just taking care of some of the last few missions of the game. Hope you're doing well, Brad. Hope you got plenty of rest. Dude, you did a huge stream. I was just talking about how I was inspired by your Metal Gear speedrun. I've been wanting to play Metal Gear again. Egg. Nice super egg. I liked it. Alright, Link. Don't put your bomb up. That's the worst thing about Link's remote bomb. Even though you get a couple of them, he doesn't seem to want to throw them straight up. Oh! Yeah. How you doing, sir? Megaphone egg. You think if Roll wanted to use a megaphone, Roll from Mega Man, like she could just like attach a megaphone attachment to her voice box? Because she's a robot.
Yay!
Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're peeping. Nice peeping. Yeah, thankfully we're just in non-spoiler town at the moment. I'm trying to grind up some resources. That's one thing that I would change about this game. One of the mechanics is that you can collect these little wizrobe rods and then use them. Like here, I'll just use one right now because I know I'm gonna get ammo for it later. You can actually like, cast fire. Boom. It does a lot of damage, a lot of stagger. It's very handy. But the amount you have persists over missions. You don't just begin every mission with a completely like refilled amount, and it's pretty annoying. Look at that, you can use magnesis in battle. It's so fun. This game is actually like takes the ideas from Breath of the Wild and integrates them into combat in an actual cool way. I'd be so down if Breath of the Wild 2 had this combat system just for the combat part. Like it doesn't have to be a Warriors game. I prefer it would not be. But if the fighting felt like this instead of, you know, pretty much the same Zelda combat system we've had since Ocarina of Time, yeah, it'd almost be an improvement. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wow, going out dressed like that? Exposed midriff? Look, do not body shame Link. He can dress the way he wants, and he look beautiful. So many memeable lines from Metal Gear Solid 2. Did you say nerd? Not nerd. Node. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Hat in Time modding scene, but I can actually say it now that it's been released. I was cast as the voice of Raiden in a mod where it combined Danganronpa with a whole bunch of other properties. Clearly, if I'm saying I was cast as Raiden, in addition to being cast as Monokuma, and the mod is out if you want to go play it. If you have Hat in Time for the PC. If you don't, then you're missing out, because Hat in Time is a wonderful game. I think Cryonis will take care of these guys. Didn't freeze them, but did a fair bit of stun. Is that what I need to be using Cryonis for? I'm not really using it outside of enemies that need it to interrupt charging. I am a fool. Oh! I'm not worried about dying because these are way lower level than I am now.
I'm melting, what a world!
Also, some doofus, enjoy your lurk. Right, Raiden from Mortal Kombat. It bothers me that you pronounce that one Raiden. But you know, wasn't actually made by Japanese devs, so they didn't know. Raiden. Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning. When you listen to that line, he's got a little bit of excitement in his voice. We've managed to avoid drowning. I've got a spare sneaking suit. Could you imagine sneaking around this place stark naked? Speaking of stark naked, I just... Check out that upskirt on the whiz robes. That's something I didn't want to see today. Ooh. No. This game is rated E, sir. I see an opportunity. Free bombs. Bombs? Look at that. Hot fire. Oh, but now he's stuck up there. Doesn't matter. Still got him. Look at ManokAdobo. What's a privilege? I don't got one of those. Dun 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 dun. Wait a minute. You wish... Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me finish that thought to Brad before I forget. You wish auditions were available. I'll put in a good word because the guy's been looking for voice actors. I was looking through the voice cast, and if there was any that would have fit you, that I would have immediately recommended you. Unfortunately, he was looking for pretty much exclusively female voices at the time. Lots of characters like Sayaka from Danganronpa and the main female character from Ape Escape. Certain characters from Persona 4 as well. But yeah, next time I'll put in a good word for little Master Miller, you know what I mean? Little Delicious, how adorable, thanks for the raid. Can we get a shout out? Brad, thanks for shouting out Little Delicious. What were you playing? How did it go? What did you eat for dinner? And how are you doing? How do you intend to spend the rest of your night? I'm sorry if you didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition, but nobody does. I will never not call you How Luchadorable. I like that name. I also like Little Delicious. Yeah, how you doing? You were playing Genshin Impact. Look at that. What? You were playing this game? Yeah, did you get any good pulls? I know nothing about Genshin. I tried it out like once, and the very first and only thing I did was try to climb the first wall in the game. And then when I saw that I couldn't, I just stopped playing. And that was it. Like, not saying anything bad about it. It's just like, that's the only thing I was curious about. Can you climb like Breath of the Wild? Yes. But can you cheese it like Breath of the Wild, where you like maybe take short little breaks on mini cliffs? Or is the map designed in a way that, you can explore freely in the first little area? Not really. But hope you've been enjoying it. Hope you had fun. You made turkey chili? I love turkey meat. It's underrated. Honestly? For chili, like ground turkey. For a while, I've been getting turkey chorizo. Hold on, let me make sure I've got the ingredients to make the food I want. I need more peppers, meats, and salt. Got it. But in real life, I've been getting turkey chorizo, and it's very good. Just get it from the grocery store. Make tacos out of it. Very easy. Very nice. Yeah. 20. Huh. The only voice Think it can do is Japanyan! Nice! Hey, mascot characters, there's something to be said about them. You know what I'm saying. I did mention it, but to reiterate, I was also cast as Monokuma in that mod. Look! Just because the rules say that you can use the number of people discovering the body as a hint, doesn't mean it was meant to do that! You're supposed to be writhing in despair, not actually figuring things out. Oof. That's the good thing. I can actually do it today. Because it's Monday. I haven't worn out my voice from streaming the rest of the days of the week. Okay, I should have enough. I still need one more meat. Dang, I can't buy any more right now. Okay, we'll still get damage up from this one. And this one too.
I wonder how it will taste.
I wonder how it will taste.
Nice voices. Not creative username. I think it's kind of creative. Oh, welcome on in. Thank you, thank you. If anybody of you are new here, maybe came in on the How Luchador, the Little Delicious raid. Once again, I hope you had fun. Yeah. They do have little cliff nooks. I should play that game again then. Yeah. And chorizo is delicious. If you're new to the stream, I like to play a lot of Nintendo games and RPGs. Maybe do a little voices here and there. I don't claim to be good, but you know, I try my best. I try my best. Cook it up, cook it up, cook it up, yeah.
Delicious.
Onward ho. This time for sure. That's what they all say. Nice sip. Yeah, we're in the later stages of Age of Calamity, so nothing spoilery on screen at the moment. Just don't look too hard. There are things that I have in the game that are spoilers. Just don't pay too much attention. And yeah, we're taking care of some of these last missions. There's not a main quest, but there's something that's of vital importance to us after the main story is done that I'm trying to work towards. Definitely not doing it today, because we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. This is like my last attempt.
Guardians on a rampage to the village. We must stop them from hurting anyone.
Guardian army is approaching Zora's domain. Alright, can't dilly-dally shilly-shally. Yup. Oh, how dare! Yup, freeze! Is that stagger? Almost! Yes! My regular voice is like Roger Craig Smith. You know what's funny about that? My name is Chris. Like, that's short for something, and it's not Christopher. But it's always funny. I always associate Roger Craig Smith with Chris from Resident Evil 5 and on. So thank you. He is one of my favorite voice actors, that is to be sure. Wesker! Crash! I will say my Wesker voice is not the best. Yeah, but thank you for the compliments. Thank you, thank you. No matter what I say, I do take a certain amount of pride in the skills I've amassed so far in my 3 years of Twitch streaming. And the dream is someday I can be like one of those voice actors in the video games. And then what'll happen is people like, oh man, the voice of Aerith is playing Final Fantasy VII? The voice of Rivali is playing Breath of the Wild? Speaking of, Sean Chiplock, voice of Rivali, and Deku Tree, and Teba from Breath of the Wild. He actually got Twitch partner today. And that's kind of wild to me. I thought he was Twitch partner already. Did you see how that Guardian just came up from his side? I sleep. I wake. Be looking like an untapped phase in Magic the Gathering. Oh, this mission is so much easier when you have a decent weapon. But yeah, congrats to him. And someday that is the dream.
Hold on, I will try to rescue all.
Alright, the strategy we've learned thanks to Thank Twig, specifically even, we gotta ignore the little ones. At least, try not to get, any of them if they're just on their own. Because you'll end up kind of incidentally damaging them. Because they end up following you to the big guardians. Like right there. And when you do your big attacks, your weak point strikes, your special attacks, they get caught in the crossfire! So it saves a lot of time. All credit to Thank Twig for that, and I thank you for that. Hoo-yup! Good, good, good. Ravioli is gale is now al dente. Just how I like my pasta. I don't know if I'd really like al dente ravioli, actually. Now that I think about it. Because, like, regular pasta is supposed to be al dente. It's supposed to be like a vehicle for the sauce, right? With other pastas, with ravioli specifically, it's more of a vehicle for the filling inside, whether that's like cheese, meat, or spinach, whatever have you. I don't know if that goes as well. I don't know, I'm no chef. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Knacky Fur, welcome on in. Yeah. Oh, dodge it. Pretty good. Ow.
Oh, oh.
Guys, why is Mipha adorable? I was watching the streamer Limalicious play a little bit of Age of Calamity. Yeah, Mipha actually kind of sounds like her. She is from Britain. Just her accent has been a little Americanized over the years of Twitch streaming. Freeze! What's chicken attack times 5,000? Oh, well, you know. Maybe you wanna, if anybody has the points, redeem it and find out. Yeah. Aspiring amateur voice actor as I am, my actual profession is web programmer, and I've made a couple of special things for the stream. We'll tell you, little fancy overlays and whatnot. If you redeem 100 or 1,000, it's automatic. Ah! Hate Mipha's bombs, they just do not work. 5,000? Alright, well,
I cannot fail.
let's hope that they help me. Kuko attack! Come on, Guardian.
Come, Guardian!
Stop, Guardian! You guys can't even see what's happening. Thank you, Werewolf. Alright, Snee, what's up? Ah! Guardian Scout? When the dust has settled, only one remains. And a Guardian Scout. There can be only one! Stop it! Oh man, I can predict that so easily now. Thanks for the chicken attack, PA Werewolf. And the one. Looks like we got a straggler. Yeah, fancy thing about that. I made that myself. That is a random amount, not amount of chickens. That's a set amount of chickens. But that is a... They all follow a random path, random distribution, all coded in JavaScript. And I've been meaning to give out the bot to friends. Streamer friends I know who would love it. So they can have hordes of whatever they want traversing the screen. Yeah, so every single chicken attack plays out slightly differently. Well, they're amazing. Thank you. It's the only thing I bothered making for the stream. Oh, thank goodness. Look at this. There's only 6 Guardians left. I got 4 entire minutes. Like, we're good. We're more than good. What happened last time was one of the Guardians got stuck on a gate. Like this one. You see it right here? I think it's the same one. I think it's stuck right now. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it progresses past that point. But that was the biggest cause of me losing time for this mission. It's timed. If I don't defeat all these Guardians in 4 minutes... Oh, look! How nice of them! They're all here! At least 3 of them are here. Yeah! 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 Oh, this is wonderful. Yo, 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 stop that! I'm just gonna use it. Special attack. It is stuck again. Yeah, I see it. It's stuck again. But thankfully, I've got 3 minutes. Last time I was at this point. 2 Guardians left. 1 big one, 1 small one. Maybe it's designed like that. Or maybe the developers saw that and they thought it was interesting design that you'd have to decide. Look, he just refuses. Stoop kid's afraid to leave the stoop. Stoop kid's afraid to leave the stoop. On the plus side, we've got plenty of rod to deal with the Mouse Guardian. We're great. We're doing fine. It hasn't been moving. Yeah. I guess the code just doesn't have a... I guess the AI's pathfinding just doesn't have... like a node connecting those 2 points. Did you say nerd? Node. Going deep into that Nickelodeon lore now. Pathing! Hey, Stoop Kid! Here we go. We got a comfortable 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna farm a little bit of special off these little foes. If I can barely beat the Malice Guardian in 1 minute, then 2 minutes is plenty. Look at this! Comfortably in the middle of the water. Got a little bit of cry on this. Cry on this! I'll make him crying, that's what. And again. I don't even care that he was doing a stasis attack. He's standing on the ice, he's susceptible. And then from here, more ice. Actually, I should have used something else. You've never seen or heard much about this game. Is it any good? Well, let me ask you this question. Did you like Breath of the Wild for its lore? And did you like... have you played any Dynasty Warriors game? Because the gameplay, it's interesting. It's a mix between Dynasty Warriors situations and style. But they do a lot to make the combat... Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
That seems to be all sorted out. Thank goodness there were no causalities.
Yeah. Only like 15 previous lives of Mipha. Lost to time itself. Let's go. Didn't even need to be a nice level. Only 66. Oh, I'm definitely using Mipha more. She actually feels very good now that I've unlocked all her combos. But yeah, they put a lot of work into making things feel like Breath of the Wild in very specific ways. Let me just sell some stuff. Like, here's one. When you fill up your item space, you gotta get rid of some stuff. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, weapons do not break like Breath of the Wild, so I really have to be aware of what I have. I'm not getting rid of both of these ladles. I will, however, get rid of one. Gotta have a ladle all the time. We did it, lads! We did it! For example, when you play as Link specifically, he's got the sword and shield. He can also use different weapons, like the spears and two-handed weapons. But what's really cool is that when you're using sword and shield, you can press ZL to shield. You can press ZL and press Y to parry, and you can still parry Guardian lasers. You can still dodge at the last second for flurry attacks. You can press ZR for the arrows, and you can control them with the motion controls, or not if you don't want. You can turn them on or off. Like, just playing it as Link, it feels a lot like Breath of the Wild. I'm not going to say 100% the same, but it's close enough that I sometimes forget I'm playing a Warriors game until I realize, oh wait, there are outposts that need to be captured. Woo! Wait, you can use the shield? Yeah! Did you not know? Oh, jeez. Alright, consider that an exchange of information. You tell me how to defeat Malice Guardians, and I tell you you can shield. I do what I can. Yeah, just holding ZL brings it out there. Like, let me do like the very first mission of the game. If I can find it. Battle of Hyrule Field. Look at it. Recommended level 1. Look, I can come into this battle with like 2 characters from the future. Don't look. If you don't want spoilers, don't look.
You can't do it!
There's definitely characters I shouldn't have at this point. Normally, when you play this mission, you have Link and Impa. So I'm just gonna use Link and Impa. And I'll show you guys the tutorial. The only complaint you've heard is the frame rate. That is a valid one. A very valid one. There's times where it drops to like single digits. If you played Hyrule Warriors on the Wii U, which it sounds like you didn't, but, you know, it also got kind of that bad. Thankfully, Persona 5 Strikers, or Scramble, the Persona 5 Warriors game that's coming out to the West soon, it's been out for Japan. Thankfully, the performance for that is okay on Switch, I've seen. Like, it just runs at 30 frames per second versus 60, instead of, like, 20 to 17 this game sometimes has. Yeah! Fire the cannons, now! Blast those monsters off the plane! Knights, keep the throng at bay while we reload the cannons. Oh, look, I'm still... So when you're not locked onto anything, or even if you are, you can just hold ZL and look, and shield these attacks. Somebody attack me, please. Knights. There you go, see? Look, it bounced off the shield. You can use the shield, you can parry. Look at this. Pwah! 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 I KO'd moblins with the shield. Your special attack, it's basically the spin attack. It's all good stuff. But can you bullet time bounce? Unfortunately not. But I can do...
Right.
We've got them now. Fire! So violent. I can't... Well, give me some enemies. Give me some enemies. I wanna smack face. Look at this. The axe stuck in the tree trunk. So Breath of the Wild. Alright, some enemies are over there. So, if you download the demo for this game, it's available, it's free. It's this level, and a couple other levels. Look at it, I can do this. Up into the air, and... slow motion, baby. Pow, 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 pow. Any move that brings you into the air, you can either slow motion arrows, just like Breath of the Wild, or you can paraglide. It does not feel as good as Breath of the Wild. It really doesn't. But it's cool that you can. That's all I really wanted to show, so let me just get out of here. And get ready to end the stream. Yeah. Have I seen those loading screens? Yeah, I meant to get to that. So I'm glad that the performance for Persona 5 Strikers is okay on the Switch versus the PS4. The loading times are not great. They're like an entire minute sometimes. It's not the worst loading time I've ever seen. I played Lego City on the Wii U. I think that took like 13 minutes to load sometimes. Thankfully, you only really needed to load the game once. And from there, it was just an open world that streamed in. But it wasn't great. Oh, and Final Fantasy 15 rather. Final Fantasy 15 on the PS4, when that first came out. You also needed to load like 20 minutes every time you loaded up the game for the first time. From there, it streamed on in, but oh my gosh. I am glad that the PS5... I am glad that Sony prioritized loading with the PS5, give it an SSD and everything. It's gonna be so fast. Have you seen people play Spider-Man on the PS5 version? The game loads instantly. Like, you change the time from day to night using like one of those Oscorp whatever stations. It blinks for a millisecond and it's already nighttime. Can I do the circle spin attack? No, I cannot. That doesn't work. Spin attack is a special move in this game. That's the Dynasty Warriors thing. When you build up your special gauge, it you just use it and it goes. Yeah. Frame rate drops is when the explosions happen at once. Yeah, you'll see the frame rate that it ran, it was pretty stable. the demo version of the game dropped way more. So they did do a fair bit of optimization. Thankfully, they did a good job on that level at least. Other levels, I don't know if they plan to update the game more. I hope they do. If not, Nintendo Switch Pro, please? Nintendo Switch Pro, please. Alright, before anybody gets too spoiled, I'm gonna save. And I'll switch to my ending screen. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's not... Thankfully, it is exactly what I expected. Like, I'm sure some Dynasty Warriors games are okay with just being a hack and slash, and the fun purely comes from defeating hundreds and hundreds of enemies. But this one has a story, it has a start and a finish, and it goes. It has a start and a finish, and it goes. I'm trying as hard as possible not to spoil anything. Just I'll have you know, it is very much due to Nintendo's oversight of the game that all this charm and flavor of Breath of the Wild is very much in this game. And I love it. It's great. It's great. It could definitely perform better though. And just those little quality of life things. There's already a lot of quality of life things, like being able to level up your characters even if you don't play them, and fuse weapons to make them better. But just a few other quality of life things would have been great. Sounds like a story to me. You probably played the demo, but forgot about it. Ooh. Yeah, I'll tell you, I've got like... You know, the game will probably tell me at this point. The Switch will probably tell me. How much playtime do I have? How much playtime do I have in this game? Let's see. There's my friend code if you want to add me, I guess. 40 hours. 40 hours. So, yeah. Oh, wait, you can't see it. Good, I'm safe. I'm safe. Oh, I haven't been Switch doxed. But yeah, I've gotten a fair amount of gameplay out of what is basically a very simple story. If you did nothing but did the story missions, one, you'd be very underleveled. But if you somehow did just those, I bet the story would only be like, I don't know, 8 hours? 5 hours? But there's just so much side content, each with its own story and writing. Like, how did Mipha train to fight the Guardians? Oops, turns out her sister accidentally, programmed them weird, and then they rebelled. How did Link learn how to use two-handed weapons? He sparred with Daruk, of course. Just cool stuff like that. Cool stuff that fits within the world of Breath of the Wild, you know? And I love that a lot. A lot. Personality, thank you. It's my little part-time Japanese apartment. I'm renting it from the UFO, from Part-Time UFO. Yeah, I hope you like it. Yeah. PS1 port of Chrono Trigger. Yeah, long load times. Fun fact, the reason that the PS1 port of Chrono Trigger loaded so long was because the ROM that they used for the game was actually the Japanese version, and then they patch in the English on the fly. Every time the game is loading, that's what it's doing. It's reapplying the patch. So that, like, when you fight a new enemy, it has to reapply the patch for, like, what the enemy is and what it does, and its attacks and everything. It's so weird. It's such a weird way to do it. But, hey, that's the version of Chrono Trigger I played, and I still absolutely loved it, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. I would just never play that version ever again when the DS version is already perfect. And honestly, the PC version, it had its kinks when it came out, but it is mostly fine. It is mostly fine at this point. You can turn off all those weird graphics filters and turn on like a pseudo 16-bit font. And some of the UI still looks mobile, but it works. It's passable. It's passable. Yeah. If you can get the DS version and play it on a DS though, perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. Well, yeah. Dun 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 dun. Well, yeah. If you guys haven't seen this ending screen before, Well, you know, stick around, come to the later streams, maybe you'll see it again. It has definitely evolved over time. And let's see if there's any fan art. If you know, you don't know, or maybe you do know. Some of the art on the screen, definitely submitted by friends of the stream over time. For example, that Hestu in the back, by Hectacular Hector. That Chicken in the Front, Stay Clucky, by Lee Lupain. And from Twyla Fishy, I believe you were here earlier. This right here on the TV, I bet you didn't notice it. Singing Chicken. Twitch Sings about to leave after this year, let me tell ya. We're gonna do one more Twitch Sings this week. I'll have to decide when. I said 24th, but I might move it to the 23rd. Because 24th is Toy Day in Animal Crossing. But we might do a little Christmas carols and whatnot. And speaking of, from Twyla Fishy, if you ever have any fan art inspired by the chickeny nature of the stream, or, you know, the games I play, tweet it at me, at ManokAdobo, or post it to the stream art section of the Discord. Link in the Discord if you want to join in. And we've got one from Twyla Fishy. I absolutely love it. If you somehow hear this later, Twyla, I thank you so much. Look at this. Oh, is that a little Santa chicken? Oh, is that a little Santa chicken with a little hot cocoa? Oh my god. If you drew this in the span of one stream, oh my goodness, I absolutely am floored by every piece you make, Twyla. Oh, you know where this goes. You know exactly where this goes. Hold on. Maybe I'm not sleeping today. Maybe I'm just chilling. Looking a little thick though. And look, I can put a little bit of the nest right there. Oh, oh, love it. All right, well, that's it for the stream art. Thank you everybody for being here. Time for the ending spiel. We're gonna find somebody to raid in a bit, but if you liked it, leave a follow on Twitch to catch me live next time I play this or any other game. There's also my YouTube channel. The link's right there for all past VODs. I gotta upload this tonight. It's a long one. I don't really do edits because I'm lazy and I have no time, and my job usually takes up most of my time. And magic cards. But you know, I try to keep YouTube videos up there because Twitch does not keep them forever. Especially with all this DMCA stuff going on. DMC Devil May Cry. I'm definitely crying. And yeah, there's Twitter, Discord, all that good stuff. And yeah, if you don't feel like coming along on the raid, that's alright, that's okay. At the very least, if you could, try to stick around. But, you know, if not, have a good night, and I'll catch you next time. Have a good one, stay clunky, and, you know, have a Merry Crimbo, if I don't see you. Yeah.